Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Except it's made in the U.S. of A.
That's right.
Is it really?
Fingerprint sensor and AI face unlock. So, man, Trump is just a grifter, is he not? I mean, like...
Totally.
I mean, like, what the hell?
We're going to get a Bubba phone?
And no, hell no. I don't want to get into this.
Bubba beepers. Get back in that.
Beepers were Stop.
Okay.
I did make a lot of money with my beepers.
Wow. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Seth Kushner, Lummy.
Hello.
Macho. Oh, yeah, I got a lot going on right now. And Tuttle, remotely. But hell, if I wasn't just completely honest and told you that Tuttle was, like right here in the studio with us, you wouldn't know any different. It's seamless. It's great. Tuttle, how are you, my friend?
I'm wonderful.
Are we all past all that nonsense, my friend? Are we just like, I hope you've seen where my loyalty is. This is no slight on my friend, Alex Stein. I just can't have him come in here like a wrecking ball and start heat with people, I just can't. And I hope so. I hope you saw where if push comes to shove, who my loyalty is with.
Oh, definitely did me. Thank you so much.
I do have to ask you a question, and I need you to be open-minded about it.
Oh, man.
And because I've been asked by Alex if he reached out to you personally and to try to apologize to you. Would you take his phone call or text? And I told him that I thought that you would, that you would. Not that changes him appearing on Wednesdays and being on your segment or anything like that. But I told him that I thought that, you don't harbor. Like back in the day, Tuttle was a really hard-headed mother effer, even to the point where after you tried to kill yourself, you came in here and blamed it on me.
Oh, yeah. That was the drugs and alcohol.
I mean, remember when you came in here and I begged, and I'm not trying to rehash anything because I've told this story a lot, but you were let out, and like on a Wednesday, you were let out on a Wednesday, and Lummy and Colton went to come pick you up, and I told them like I told them very nicely, and listen, tell Tuttle, because that's when your mom and dad were still around. I said,
Yes.
and they were going through hell. Here they are, 150 miles, 175 miles away, and their son's been Baker acted. They can't do anything about it. They don't have the way to get over it. Well, I guess they had a car, but they didn't want to. I don't think your dad liked driving on the highway.
No, he used to drive all over the place, but as he got older, he wasn't as confident.
My mom's the same way.
Yeah.
Lummy, do you notice as your dad or
Oh, yeah.
Seth, do you notice your parents, like my mom used to be, my mom drove a school bus where, a 53-foot, a school bus, where manual 4-speed with 100 with 50s to 60s screaming kids on it. My mom wasn't afraid of nothing, and now as my mom gets older, she's afraid to, like, she's got her little circle around her retirement community, but she is afraid to go like on I-4 or 275. I think people, as you get older, they get a little more kabukied out on getting on the interstates.
Yeah, the interstate really, really used to bother my mom. Like, she would, if she had doctor's appointments, she would map it out where she had to stay off the interstate, even though it would cut like a half hour, 40 minutes off her time.
So your parents couldn't get over here. You were going through hell. You were Baker acted. You're at your lowest, probably one of your lowest points in life. And I tell Colton and Lummy, and I'm pretty stiff with Lummy, I go, listen, tell Tuttle not to spend the night with Colton and to get on the road and get back home and spend the weekend with his parents.
Yes.
He's not in trouble. I don't need him for Thursday and Friday. I'll get through it. And, please just tell him that. Well, Tuttle, hard-headed, not listening, thinking he knows it all. He thought that I was trying to, be a double agent on him and then be able to on Monday go, you know what, you're in big trouble because you missed Thursday and Friday. Man, that really sets me off to be a real dick, Because I even publicly, Lummy, told you and Colton, I publicly said on the air, have him go be with his parents.
Yeah, because you picked him up in the afternoon and you already did that morning show.
Right, and so sure enough, Thursday morning, here's Tuttle, freshly from the funny farm, and he gets in second break. First break's welcome back. I told you not to be here, but you're here. And he talked about the booty juice and all this kind of stuff. And then the second break, he's on me. This is your fault. This and that. So it ended badly. So I think that you're not that person. I think that you have grown, and losing both your parents have made you appreciate life better. I think one of the things that are really is making you more healthy, two things. One, you're sober, and two, you got a really good, I don't know what you call it, a friendship, a potential relationship, a union. But you and your wife, who haven't been together for a while, are doing more things together, including a podcast. And you guys are getting, I think she's kind of your rock.
Dude, Tuttle, I mean, if I can say,
absolutely.
Hopefully if Tuttle can, Tuttle's been this way and has been on the right path for a while. I think that's why Kristen started talking to him again. I mean, I don't know if she's done. I mean, I guess Tuttle could admit if she's changed him at all, but I felt like this is why he got himself to this place to where she felt like, she could start talking and hanging out with him again.
Right. And then him being able to continue this path, she says, well, you know what? I think this is for real. I've always admired him. I was married, still am married to him. This is the best that I've seen him. And I think that really is a lot of your strength. I think Kristen is a lot of your strength to continue your path.
Yeah, I would agree. But what's crazy is, this was not a quick fix. I had to show over time, because she's even admitted, I think you had her on. She was like, at first, I didn't even know if it was real or not.
Yeah, I mean, because you had a history of being,
she thought you being sober was a bit.
Right.
Yeah.
Because everything up until that point in your life was a bit. Everything was a bit. You've been such a radio nomad and such a radio grifter, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but I mean you've worked for everybody. You've literally.
Yeah, but he didn't even get money, Bubba. He wasn't even a grifter. He did a lot of it for free.
You're right. But I mean, he just went from one show to another, and then he could play. he could trick you that he was sober and he was really just absolutely hammered. He could trick you into that.
Oh, a good addict is like MacGyver. He can always figure a way out of a mess.
So she knew the jig, and she knew you knew how to do that. And it took a while, I think, for her to say, "Hey, he's really cleaned up. He's a different person." So in saying all that, with a huge setup, I told Alex that I would talk to you about potentially you two speaking privately. And however, I'm not gonna.
Shut it down. No reason.
I'm not going to roadmap where that goes, but what's your answer on that? And I don't know when, if it's a week from now, 2 weeks from now, or whatever. But what's your mindset with regards to that?
You've talked about this. You've built there's no toxicity at the BRN right now. We're all just trying to make great content, trying to do the best that we can. But yeah, I mean, I would definitely take his call. It's not like we're gonna have a friendship anymore,
no,
or
I know,
anything
but I mean,
like
just,
that.
He could probably respectfully apologize, and you could probably respectfully accept. And that doesn't mean that the dynamic of how we've separated you two changes, but at least a real man that apologizes for what he's done wrong, and whether it changes what happens in life, it just makes a real dude feel better that he at least tried to do the right thing.
So is he doing it to make himself feel better, or he felt bad to what he did for me?
Lummy and I can both tell you, in speaking with him, he genuinely feels bad. He went back and again, Lummy, if I'm speaking out of turn, then stop me. But it's my understanding that he went back and watched it, and really feels it got away from him, and that he's at fault, and that he, that was not cool.
Yeah, he shouldn't have said what he said.
That's what was relayed to me.
But yeah, I'll take his phone call. I'll take his phone call. Yeah,
okay. We'll get that back to him, and it is what it is. Okay, it is what it is. So many things to talk about today.
By the way, what's the update on? I know. By the way, Tuttle didn't ask for Alex to be off the show or anything like that.
No, not at all.
What Alex is going to come back to the show, right?
Yeah, probably in the fall.
Fall, okay.
I mean,
returning this fall.
Well, I mean,
yeah, summer's off.
I think he's actually going through some contract negotiations, and we're going to be taking some time off, and I just want
summer break.
I just want to, and of which we have to all kind of sit down one day and sync up our calendars to see what, if you have some particular days, Seth, that you had a family situation planned, or Lummy, I know that you and Ashley had some stuff maybe that you're going to do with Walker. Yeah. That might coincide with days that I might want to take off. So that being said, one of these days we'll do that. It's
well, just because I like to just take off a random Wednesday during a week. I mean, I don't necessarily
then do that.
I'm not necessarily going anywhere. I just would like to look at a calendar like, this Thursday. I mean, well, that's a babyface day. Like, this. I don't want to start naming days that I want to take off.
Yeah, and I'll give you, I'll give you a certain amount. I'll give you like 3 of those, and then
3 days off. I thought I'd go.
No, 3 random Wednesdays. Like,
okay.
We can talk about that.
I know. I'm just going to Chicago in August. That's really the only thing I planned.
So I need to write that down.
Yeah.
Just so that I know you're not going to be here.
Yeah.
And then I got some days I'm going to take off, and I got to look at some more. So it's just some housekeeping that we don't necessarily generally need to do on the air, but we need to do privately.
Tudds, when's the last time you took a vacation?
Oh, I couldn't even tell you, man.
Tuttle, why don't you? Because I know that you got a little bit of money now. No, I mean, you're probably more financially secure than you've ever been.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Like I put quite a bit away every paycheck.
Right. So what I'm saying is, like, if you wanted to take Kristen, why? This is only a suggestion. Why don't you? And 1, it's a suggestion, but 2, what do you think she would say if you said, "Hey, let's go do a weekend in Savannah where we got married. Let's go do a weekend in Savannah. Maybe even make it a long weekend where we leave like on Thursday, get up there Thursday night, go to dinner, get a nice hotel, do something Friday, Saturday, and then head back on Sunday, just to surprise her and to break up the living in Central Florida monotony."
We're actually talking about hitting a bunch of conventions. Summer,
like cosplay stuff.
Yeah. Like to Dragon Con in Atlanta.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, okay.
I want to hit Cardboard Con. Cardboard Con's pretty cool.
What's that? What's Cargirl? What's
Cardboard Con? Is that what you said?
Cardboard Con. If Lummy looks it up, so you cosplay, but you make all of your costumes out of cardboard, and these people are super talented.
And so you can't. It's nothing like you can buy off the shelf. It's got to be all made.
So everybody's all boxy and everything.
Yeah,
it's like Legoland.
Yeah. So I saw Cardboard Con Avengers the first time I was there. I saw like a big group of Cardboard Con stormtroopers.
Where is it, Tuttle?
All right, well, you need to give me those dates, and first of all, you need to solidify them with her, and then give me those dates if they interfere with your appearance here, and then go enjoy your show. And that's exactly how you start solidifying yourself into more than what you are.
She's also catching up on a lot of old shows. Like she wants to go to Prison Break Con.
Prison Break.
I'd sit that one out, Tuttle.
Yeah, the TV show?
Yeah, the
Break?
TV show. Yeah,
From back in the day, yeah.
Yeah, and then she's like watching Dexter now. She never watched Dexter, and they got a convention coming up for Dexter.
And there's the new Dexter. I think I finished it, but there's the new Dexter. Now I forget what it was called, but it's with Michael.
New Blood.
Yeah, I don't know. There was two new Dexters, and one was crappy, and I don't think involved Michael W. Is it Michael W. Wood?
Michael C. Hall.
Michael C. Hall.
Michael W. Wood. Michael C. Hall. I don't think one of them, but the one that I watched, which I think was 10 episodes, was him as the narrator, and it was kind of the prequel.
Yeah, it was a young version of him.
Yeah, and it showed how his mom got killed, and it showed how, and I think Christian Slater played his father.
Yep. Harry.
Did you see that?
Yes, I did.
I think it was 10 episodes, and I think it was pretty good.
Yeah, for some reason I found like Deborah Morgan, the chick that plays Deborah, man, her potty mouth. There's just something about a chick with a good potty mouth that's hot.
Yeah, I agreed. So we got an unbelievable. I got a lot of stuff to handle. So Tuttle, you're good, and Kristen's good. Let me how things are with you. You good?
Oh yes, yeah, as good as they can be.
Well, what do you mean as good? I know that.
Well, I'm trying to find this Cardboard Con thing, which is...
Well, don't even worry about that,
okay,
please.
It's a little creepy.
I mean, is it creepy?
Well,
if it's creepy, I probably need to see it,
Well, I can't find anything new, but the stuff from back in the day looks cool, I guess.
Is it a sex thing, like a furry thing?
Well, there is. See, now when I go to Dragon Con, a lot of these nerds have pent-up sexual frustration that they will rent out rooms and have cuck chairs and stuff in the corner, where people are dressed up as stormtroopers, just sitting in the corner watching their chick get railed.
As a stormtrooper.
Yeah, as a stormtrooper.
Now, so hold on. So the guy sitting in the corner taking care of himself, watching this girl get railed. Now, is he the stormtrooper? Is the stormtrooper blasting this girl?
He's a stormtrooper, and he has a Sith Lord railing his chick.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am not. Yeah, boy, I'm.
All right.
Wow. Wow. And what is he again? He's a Sith Lord?
Yeah. There can only be two Sith. You have an apprentice and it's the dark side people.
Sith?
Sith. S-I-T-H.
Sith.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the person that's really on the dark side?
Yeah, and
not to be confused with the stormtrooper that's railing your wife. He's not on the dark side at all, is he?
No, he keeps the helmet, but he's got to keep the helmet on the whole time.
Oh, okay. So he has to keep his man. I think I might hyperventilate because I start getting a little hot breath going on, and I'd start hot breathing myself, and next thing you know, I passed out for overheating. So yes. Well, no.
Yeah, you're no Sith Lord.
Yeah, I'm not a Sith Lord. So Tuttle, that's not what you and Kristen do.
No. But I mean, we've been invited to watch because they have people. Now
you got
Kristen, the main cock.
Hold on, what now? You got a man cock?
You got the main cock in the corner, and then you kind of have observers on the other side, not in camera view.
Okay, and like how many?
gang
So
watching?
like how many people would be watching?
It's just hitting too close to home.
Yeah, I mean, if you get an adjoining.
I didn't watch. I went to the office and was older. Listen,
I hear you, brother.
listen. I mean, if I'm gonna be intellectually honest, first one of the day, I was actually looking at go-kart. I was on zeroair.com looking at titanium go-kart parts while my girl was getting railed.
Oh.
And it really wasn't that long of an ordeal.
Could you hear it through the walls?
Yeah, I could hear a little bit of it. Not I could hear the high spots. I couldn't necessarily hear the whatever. So you're gonna go now. You're gonna go to Cardboard Con.
Yeah, Dragon Con as well too.
Dragon Con, Prison Break Con.
Yeah.
Now we're on.
She likes Teabag. Teabag's her favorite character from Prison Break.
Teabag.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's this movie called Prison Break, and there was a character called Teabag.
Yeah,
and would he literally teabag people?
Yeah, he would make the young boys hold his pockets in prison.
Oh.
Okay. I don't know what that means.
Hold the pockets?
Well, you're a bitch.
Yeah.
Oh, so if you're holding somebody's pocket, you're his bitch.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah. Or he's your. I mean, you're.
He falls behind you and holds your back pocket.
So if you're my bitch in prison, here's the deal. This is the way it's got to go. I may have to have Tom Bean draw a contract up. But if I go to prison, you have to do something immediately to go to prison, and then we got to somehow finagle that you get sent to the same prison I am.
Yes.
So I have somebody holding my pockets.
Okay, perfect.
Because nobody's going to hold. I'm just going to be looked at as an old man in prison trying to survive. Word might get out who I really am. Then I might get shanked because I hung up on some dude and called him a fetus when he was 13 on the Power Pig.
A prison radio show would be pretty badass, though.
Yeah, it would be. Well, I don't know, man. I mean, here's the bad thing about it. If you had a prison radio show, that could go south real fast, because if you start, saying this guy's tough and this guy's tough and this guy's a bitch and this guy's holding somebody's pockets, you
don't want the prison show to go south real quick?
Well, no, I'm just saying, you could piss off the wrong person on your prison show, and next thing you know, you're getting shanked, right?
That's true.
Here's the thing.
Good, it's a radio first.
But here's
or
the
a guy that wants your radio
But here's
job,
the deal. No.
You.
If you had a prison radio show, you'd have to get the baddest dude in the yard to be your co-host.
Oh, yeah.
See, then now you're good. So
would you have snitches on?
Well, no, but you'd allude to the fact that you knew who the snitches were, and so I would. So listen, a good radio host can put over anybody. You know that. I can put Tuttle over, I can put Lummy over, I can put Seth over, or I can't. I can throw Seth a softball, make him look like $1 million, or I can, or you can bury him, or you can just, play it straight. But if you had a prison radio show, Tuttle, and you were just putting over the toughest guy in the yard, the guy that ran the yard, if you're just putting him over, just nonstop putting him over. Damn, Tyrone. Damn, man. Have you been training, brother? Let me. You got to play Tyrone.
Yeah, I've been training, Bubba.
Man.
You're doing pretty good over there on that radio show.
Thank you, my friend. And you know what, Tyrone? You're doing good, too.
You're probably... hold my pocket?
No, Tyrone, our agreement was I was going to put you over. And
I'll put you over,
and I don't have
boy.
I don't have to hold your... I'm a protected man, because you need me in order to do a good radio show. Because Tyrone, here, ready? Take it away. It's the Tyrone Show. See, you can't do it. Try. Go ahead. Hi, this is Tyrone.
Yo, I'm Tyrone.
And
Here's my co-host, Seth.
Seth's holding your pockets.
What up? I'm Seth from the Aryan Nation. We are accepting applications now.
Right. No. So anyway, a prison show could go south really fast, because it's all about, you find the toughest guy, put him over, and then have a bunch of guys that wanted to be part of your cool little clique. And then you'd be the toughest guys in the yard. You know what I'm saying?
Would you talk trash about the warden? Man.
Oh,
the warden,
no, you put the warden right over, too. Hey, Tyrone, man, the warden's cool as hell. Let me hear Tyrone.
Yeah, I love that warden.
Tyrone, you're a little slow today, aren't you, Tyrone? Did you have a little too much sippy last night?
Yeah, I had that toilet wine.
Yeah, toilet wine? Yeah. See, Tyrone's so tough he can even tell the guards that he's dueling out toilet wine, and we don't even get caught down Selbeck C now, do we?
Those guards are my bitches.
Oh, now see, Tyrone, you don't want to come on too strong. You want to just talk about how cool they are. You don't want to call guards your bitches.
Those guards are cool.
Lummy, you got a lot to learn about being in prison, okay?
Yeah.
You got to learn. You got a lot to learn about being black and being in prison, okay?
Word.
No, but
He's black?
Yeah, Tyrone.
Yeah, he's Tyrone.
I didn't know.
Yeah, Tyrone.
Tyrone Middleton.
It's Tyrone Middleton.
Yeah. Yeah, he's in prison. He's a lifer. He killed his entire family.
That's right.
In Birmingham, Alabama.
With my good knife.
With his Bubba Army knife.
That's right.
That's why I'm in prison, because my knife killed his family.
It took 320 stabs, but they finally got the job done.
Yeah, on the 320th, the retractable blade finally went in, and he couldn't stay. He broke the spring mechanism on it, and he couldn't go 321. He was trying to.
Now, are you letting all the prison bitches call in and run the numbers and stuff? Like,
I don't know. I mean, we can maybe try to get them to come to visitation and give us some, handies or something like that. But I don't know. I don't know if the prison show, Lummy, goes outside the prison. I think prison might be. I think our radius of broadcast is the prison walls.
Yeah. On a repeat. You're on a repeater.
Yeah, we're on a repeater. I will tell you this, man. Don't scoff at some of these FM stations that use a repeater. I got to tell you, the 98.3 repeater in Pinellas County, Macho Man, your microphone's up. Is it 98.3? And is it 98.3 in Pinellas?
98
That thing
goes to Tarpon.
That thing goes from the Skyway Sunshine. I mean, from the Sunshine Skyway Bridge all the way to Tarpon, and it's strong. It would be amazing as to how many people listen to us on 98.3 out of Pinellas County, and then 96.7. Lummy, I got it up by your house.
Oh yeah, it is pretty well.
So
up there.
Genesis Broadcasting, owned by the great Bruce Midori. The big flamethrower is AM 820. But AM radio is good, but it doesn't have the processing. Like, I listen to the replay sometimes of us, Lummy, and it sounds like we're in a tin can. That's just the nature of radio.
But AM waves travel pretty far, though.
They do. It has AM 820 goes far. But, man, if you're just in Hillsborough County and you're a big fan of the show and you want to listen to us on the radio, listen to us on 96.7. And now, Macho Man, does it go? I drove it once from, like, State Road 54 all the way here to the studios. I didn't go towards the Brandon side, but is it thick over in Brandon, or is it start getting skinny over there?
It starts getting sketchy around the fairgrounds.
Around the fairgrounds?
Yeah, it's a directional signal pointing towards the east from Egypt Lake.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you, most of Hillsborough County gets it, but 98 now is 98.3 in Pinellas a stronger?
Yeah, it's up higher. It's up about 800 feet. It's off Starkey Road there.
Oh my God! It's a flamethrower. I wish we subscribed to the ratings, because I bet you we got a 5 share Min 2554 on 98.3.
Speaking of flamethrowers, I like to go through the radio ranking. Do you know that Yellowstone National Park has a 100,000-watt radio station? Their tower is like up on top of one of the mountains, and it goes forever.
I wonder Macho Man being somewhat of an engineer. Now, Randy Michaels would definitely know this right off the top of his head.
Are they looking for a morning show, by the way, Tuttle?
Yellowstone Radio?
We do it for free.
We have Kevin Costner put a good word in for us. Lummy, our first guest is going to be Rip.
Oh, Rip,
Rip needs to be the co-host.
But you also do announcements for the park, like for everybody that's driving in.
Damn, that's pretty cool.
Welcome to the Bubba the Love Sponge show. I just want everybody to know that's driving into Yellowstone. We have certain rules. Keep your windows up. There could be some bears.
Don't touch the buffaloes.
Don't touch a buffalo. Here's the number one rule. The animals are sacred. Don't touch them. Don't feed them, and they will kill you.
We got a bison road closer.
We got a bison road closer right now. In LA, you got to worry about people protesting. Here at Yellowstone, you got to worry about a bison, and he's got more rights than you do. Okay, I wonder. Now, Randy Michaels would know this question like right off the top of his head, but I wonder what the tallest FM radio tower in America is. Now, I think Macho Man, that the towers out in Riverview are like nearly 1,800.
2,000 feet.
All right, so they're 2,000.
There was one in Miami that was 2,000 something, and it fell down.
All right, we're 2,000, but we're sea level. Like, we're literally sea level. Like,
well, they do height above average terrain, so like Tuttle was saying, if it's on a mountain, your tower's going to be shorter.
No, I know that. But what I'm saying is, like at Reno, Nevada, when we were in Reno, on, I forget what station we were on Reno. We were there for, about 5 or 6 years. But the main tower on 104.1 was on like a 4 or 5,000 foot mountain, and the stick was only like 200 feet. The tower was only like 200 feet, but they put them on the tops of some of these mountains, and I think some of these radio stations, like in San Francisco and some of the mountainous areas, have like 5,000 or 6,000 feet towers because they put them on top of mountains. So it'd be interesting to know what the tallest. It'd be interesting to know what the tallest tower.
North Dakota.
Oh, have you looked at it already?
Yeah, 2,060 feet.
63 feet.
So hold on, is that above? Is that including the mountain?
That's the tower itself, probably.
Oh, so the tower. Yeah, I'm looking about like total height.
Okay.
With mountains included. Like, my dad, when I went out to Reno, you can see that they have kind of like, like Macho Man, they have like what they call tower farms. And so what they'll do is they'll put all the towers of that particular city, as many as they can, in one geographical area so that it's, less hazardous for people, and everybody knows like the airline industry and things like that to stay away from that area because it's a tower farm, and they don't have them scattered out throughout the city. There's just one condensed area. Be interesting to know, if there's, like towers that are on, 2,000 and 3,000 feet mountains, and isn't with FM, Macho Man, isn't it all about height? Like it's all about height.
Yeah, FM's like about height because basically you got to picture the signal like an umbrella. It's like the tower's the middle of the umbrella, and the FM signal just falls to the ground as it goes out.
Yeah. Meanwhile, AM is not that way.
So line of sight on FM. Yeah.
So the tallest towers in Tampa are 2,000 feet. I don't know, Lummy, if that's even available, what the tallest tower in America is. We know what the tallest tower is, but what's the tallest tower above sea level? That would probably be how you would include the mountain. Lummy, I would love to open up the phone lines, 813-90-BUBBA. And give maybe like a prize pack away for everybody that's listening to me right now on 98.3 in Pinellas County. And Lummy, of course,
yes.
The only way we would be able to tell that is if you have a 727 area code. Now, that would be excluding great people like, me. I have an 813 phone number. I could be over in Pinellas County right now working on a job and have an 813 number, but maybe we take 813 numbers as well. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because
if anybody's listening to me right now, boy, this is also very early to maybe be doing something to really lay your balls out, because if we don't get very many phone calls, then I look stupid. Very stupid.
No, so just quickly move on to the next topic.
Just quickly move on. Do I got a Hogan inside, Iggy?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Is this a new big one? Like something?
Yeah.
I've
already talked to Seth about it, and
I thought it was the other one that I read online. He's gonna be a dad.
He's gonna
what?
What?
Yeah, he froze his sperm. He's good to go. He's gonna be popping out twins.
With Sky?
Yeah. Seth, you saw the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Nobody sent that to me.
Oh, I didn't.
That's some Scientology stuff there.
That actually goes right along the lines.
I'm joking, Bubba. Just so you see, I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry.
He's not going to be a father again.
Yeah, but that goes right along the lines of my story, kind of. You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
Somebody on Pippi Short Stockings, Short Stroker says a tower in Colorado standing at 600 and 8 meters, 1,900 feet, is one of the tallest structures in the world, as it's located on a mountain with a basement situated over 4,951 feet. So that's a 5,000-foot tower. Boy, Mach, can you imagine the coverage on that? Man.
I went to the top of Red Rocks, and I needed to sit down, man.
Let's go get it and throw it in the back of the truck.
Well, you can see a whole city and everything.
Isn't Red Rock one of the most? I've not been there, but I know somebody has, and it's outside of Colorado, isn't it? I mean, it's outside of Denver.
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah.
And I've been told that it's one of the most absolute beautiful places to ever watch any type of
numero uno,
like number one,
most
by far.
unique venue in America.
Lummy, I think it's rather early, but I've laid my balls out. And I got 2 phone calls now.
Yes, we do.
I mean, in the prize pack, you're going to have to write their name and address down. But the prize pack would be like a set of sunglasses, a koozie, and maybe one other deal. Like a 3. I'll send a 3-pack. 813-902-8222 if you're listening to us on 98.3 in Pinellas County. And it's, and you can have an 813 or a 727 phone, area code. And it's just kind of the honor. Like, well, I don't know if it has to be
941.
Yeah, the 941's got to get out of here.
Well, I don't know. They could have went over the Skyway though. They could be working.
Yeah,
in St. Pete.
I mean, I guess if he puts 3 fingers up while he's talking to us and goes on his engine, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, we got 3 running. We got 3 ringing right now. I was going to go into words. But see, here's the thing, Lummy. When the 3 people that are ringing now, I go into words, they usually drop off because of the 5-minute wait time. Now I got 4, and I only have 5 total.
No one's dropping
lines.
off when a prize pack is hanging in the balance.
That's true, Lummy. You're gonna get a 3-item prize pack, which could be a duck, sunglasses, and a koozie, or maybe I'll even throw I'll throw one of these. I mean,
one of the new
Tuttle,
lunch
did
boxes?
you see the new soft-sided? Insulated lunchbox. Did you see that? That back in your alcoholic days, it can hold a 12-pack.
Oh man, that's good material too. It looks real.
$23.99.
Wow.
With shoulder strap and a top deal too.
Only 15 for you with the employee discount, Tuttle.
Let me. And I sold 60 of them last night. I only made 100. I only got 40 left.
That's a good.
813-90 if you're listening to me on 98.3 in Pinellas County. And we'll take your and let me then after they give you your information, put them on hold because tell them I'm going to go on the air with them, okay?
Sounds good.
Now do we have 5 phone lines or do we only have 4?
4.
Oh, we don't have 5, do we?
No, we do
so
not.
So we're packed.
We are packed right now, jam packed.
So and let me I'm going to take 10 winners.
Whoa.
All right.
That just shows
Blowout City.
It shows you how strong we are in an area where like most Cox, Beasley, iHeart, they don't think that we're anything. They don't think anybody's listening to 98.3.
What are you trying to prove to them?
I'm trying to prove to them that we could be very well a top 5 show if we just were rated. We could very well be a top 5 show from those listening to us on a 96.7 in Tampa on that repeater, and those that are listening to us on that flame-throwing 98.3.
You know how many college football teams that were on probation that were probably the number 1 team in the country but couldn't play in the championship bowl game because,
that was quite the analogy I was looking for, Tuttle.
Oh, sorry.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Shirt size, name, shirt size.
Address, he'll get it.
Address, email. And then put them on hold and tell them I'm going to talk to them. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
What's your name? Pedro?
Hi. So hey, let me ask you. I'm gonna come out here and ask you.
Oh shit, man!
I'm gonna ask you a question.
Where do I want-
Oh, your calf striations. Yeah.
No, I don't work on the calves.
You know that one machine's working.
Your address and your t-shirt size? No, if you could do it to Lummy, Lummy. At BubbaArmyHQ.com. And I'll put you back on hold, but I got your Andrew at 813 and ends in 68, right? Yep. All right, hold on. Yeah, it's gonna be back in about 5 minutes. Good morning, Bubba the Love Sponge show. Hello. Hello. Video of Amsterdam. Bubba's got a big one. Good morning, Bubba the Love Sponge. Hey, how's it going? Good. Oh, okay. What's your number? Yeah, what? Yeah. Yep. Yep. All right, what's your name? 8. All right. What was that? No. This is to get your number so we can, when we send you your care package, I'm going to need you to, well, I'm going to put you on hold too so Bubba can get to you, but if you can do me a favor, can you also send me email with your...
So let me tell them they're going to get a 3-item mystery box. Okay, lover?
Yeah. It's so we can send your care package. Bubba.
Am I in trouble?
No. Send me your email with your address and stuff. It's a Lummy, Lummy, at BubbaArmyHQ.com. ArmyHQ.com. All right, I'll put you back on. We'll back to you 5 minutes, all right? All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning, Bubba the Love Sponge show. Hey, how's it going? What's your name? Nick? What's your last four is 4028?
Hey, Lummy.
Yeah.
There's a box at the front. It looks like it's out of my lift range.
Okay.
Oh, I think that's that's the remaining.
You send me an email.
I think that's
Lunchbox.
Merch Cricket's got it. Yeah.
Oh, maybe it'll be lighter then.
Yeah.
It has a lot of tape on the outside, and that always signals to me it's heavy.
It's a Lummy, Lummy.
Yeah, it might be out of your newly found lift technique.
Yeah, and if I can't pull anything. I can't be out right now.
Right. Well, plus it's.
Yep.
You haven't warmed up or
Put
nothing.
you back on hold, okay?
You know.
No, but I mean, if I just started, getting back and trying to, look like a decent human being, and then I tear something, and then I get fat again or fatter, it's just can't risk it.
Can you? I'm gonna put you back on hold. Can you send me an email with your address and t-shirt size in case we get disconnected?
Dude, Tucker versus Trump. Who you guys got?
Lummy.
What do you mean, buddy?
Put it in chat.
What?
Tucker doesn't want a war, and then Trump told him to go get on a network so people can hear what he's actually talking about.
What the fuck is Trump doing? Besides just fucking up all of his allies.
Okay.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
I apologize when I do just a really spontaneous thing that I just did. It really puts you underneath the gun. I'm sorry. Are these 4 on hold? Are these new ones?
Those 4 are on hold, ready to go on the air.
All right, fantastic. I just want to so listen, I got I'll do another 4 and then we're done with them, okay?
Total 8?
Yeah, so a total of 8. Yes, and what you're going to win is a 3-item mystery box. So again, you have to be listening on 98.3 in Pinellas County. Lummy is vetting all that. He's getting your name, your address, your T-shirt size, and your email so we can get back to you.
You were telling Lummy what information to get like it was his first day on the job.
I know. I was just making sure. I'm just going to run through these now. Realize as I clear these 4 phone calls, I only have 4 studio lines. As I clear these 4 lines, then there's going to be lines that are open. So if you're from an 813 or 727 area code, you're listening to me on 98.3 over there in Pinellas right now, which is a flamethrower. Call, because I'm going to be clearing up these lines, and I got 4 more 3-item prize packs to send out. Hi, who's this?
Hey, Bubba.
Hey.
Hey, it's Andrew. Good morning.
Hi, Andrew. And how long have you been listening to us on 98.3?
Ever since you kicked over to this, I followed you everywhere. So ever since you kicked over to AM 820, and then I found you on 98.3.
I got to tell you, man, I don't know what part of Pinellas County you work or dabble in, but it's a pretty damn good signal. You can get us about everywhere, can't you?
I can. I travel a lot. So downtown St. Pete and the high rises, it gets a little sketchy. And pretty close as far north as Tarpon. I don't know if it goes quite that far, but pretty close.
Listen, I appreciate you. We got your information, and Merch Crick will be sending you out a 3-item prize pack, my friend.
Thanks, Bubba.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. I should get their demographics. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
That sounded like a man.
I know it was a man, probably.
Between 20 and 70.
Probably a white man.
White man, probably 30. Hi, who's this?
Hey, this is Miles.
Hi, Miles or Niles?
Miles, miles per hour.
All right, Miles, and what, how old, obviously you're a white guy, and how old are you, Miles?
41.
41. And, do you find 98.3 pretty strong and a good signal throughout Pinellas County?
Yeah, it works great for me because I travel from, Hernando County all the way down as far south as you can go on this side of the bay, and I get good signal all the way up to Tarpon with 98.3.
Fantastic, my friend. I'll have the Merch Crick send you out a 3-item mystery box. Okay, bud?
All right, thank you. You guys are awesome.
Everybody's what?
People are saying Miles was stiff.
Yeah, he was, dude.
He was. Hi, who's this?
Yeah, he was stiff when he was on hold when I was talking to him.
Yeah, he was no nonsense. He's still driving.
Sorry to bother you.
Yeah. Sorry to bother you that I want to send you three free things. Radio Tradio. Hi, who's this? You're on the air. Hello.
What's going on, Bubba? How you doing, man?
Good. What's your name and how old are you?
Man, you got Nate here, 35.
Nate, 35.
Lutz, Florida.
Lutz, Florida.
Now, white.
Now, I don't think that can you get 98.3 in Lutz? I don't think you can you?
Bubba, man, all I got you on was the 820, and then I heard that y'all over there on the 96.7 on the FM, so I switched over there.
And boom.
Man, that signal's stronger than a Bluetooth, brother.
All right, stronger than a Bluetooth.
Promo code Bubba.
Have we been writing these demos down?
Yeah, I got white man. I got 35 man. 35 for Nick. I didn't get what Miles was.
I think Miles
said 41. I thought.
Yeah, Miles was 41.
Okay,
not happy about it.
And not happy about it. And how old are you, sir?
35.
35. There you go.
Yes, sir.
Listen, I will have a 3-item mystery box sent to you by the end of the week, my friend.
Bubba, I'm usually delegate Nate. I thought I was going to have to turn into negotiate Nate, but love me over there fielding those phone calls like a professional, man.
Well, I appreciate your more importantly, I appreciate you listening to the show, my friend. Thank you.
Bubba, I'm locked in. Hey, it don't matter if it was 4:40; those phone calls would be flooded.
Appreciate it, bud. Thanks.
He was the complete opposite, man.
All right, so what was the first one? Oh, I'm trying to write them down as well.
Oh, Andrew.
Andrew, okay, and he's what?
He's a white male, and we don't have an age.
I think I was
going to say he was
31.
40.
I'll say 31.
31.
All right, what was the second one?
Nick. Oh, I'm sorry, Miles, 41.
Okay, white.
We have the race has
41.
no bearing in the demos.
I know, but I just want to see if I got any brothers listening.
You would know.
And then who was this guy just now?
That was Nick.
And he was
35 from Lutz.
White from 35.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I want to get a lady.
Yeah. First lady to call.
Good morning.
813-90 Bubba. Don't call anymore because, well, I'm going to get rid of this person.
Well, we got a female.
Oh, we do?
Yeah.
Fantastic. That puts us strong with persons 2554.
Run the numbers.
Hi, who's this? Hello, you're on the air.
It's Nick.
Nick, how old are you?
41.
41. And where do you listen? Like, you know, where do you travel from? And do you listen to us on 98.3?
I travel from Ruskin to Valrico, out to Lakeland. Mostly I get you on 820 or 96.7.
Fantastic, my friend. Appreciate you. And I'll get you a three item prize pack in the mail by later this week, my friend.
Perfect. Wonderful show.
Thank you. Lummy, I got 31, 41, 35, and 41. Those are my, we only have 8 phone lines. Times are tough. We used to have 15.
Toll free, too.
And they used to be toll free. But, nobody has to pay for phone. Like, having a toll free number now is stupid. It was called, did you know a toll free, like it was 1-888-69 Bubba? Did you know that cost me like $499 a month just to have that number? And then you had to pay for the charges. And Tom Bean was like, well, every other phone call in the world's America. Is free. So just go 813-90 Bubba, and it won't cost you nothing. And we can roll it over 3 times and have a total of 4. Hi, who's this?
This is Dave.
Dave, how old are you, my friend?
46.
46. Perfect. 98.3 AM 820 or 96.7.
98.3, and I usually watch the stream on YouTube.
Fantastic. I'll have the merch crick get a nice little prize pack out to you, my friend, including a bumper sticker. Hopefully you'll run it. You have the QR code on it, so if somebody's following you, they'll be able to QR code it and find out what we're doing nowadays, my friend. So consider it.
I've been listening to you since back in Cincinnati. Days.
Back on WEBN, the frog.
Yep, that's it.
Fantastic.
No pennies Thursday.
Thank you, my friend. Thinking about bringing it back. Hi, who's this?
Mark in Largo.
Hi, Mark from Largo. And how old are you, buddy?
I'm 57, FTE.
FTE. Fantastic. Mark from Largo. 98.3, I'm assuming?
Yes, sir.
I'll get a prize pack out to you. I appreciate you.
Thanks, sir.
I think this is the woman, and then Lummy has the last one, which will be our 8th. I mean, tell me, what's that saying that I can pack out the phone lines immediately? And,
before 7.
Yeah, before 7. Before 7, people, early risers, if you will. What's that? I mean, we've got to be a top 5 show. Of course, we'll never know. Hi, who's this? This might be the...
This is Mindy.
Who is it?
Mindy.
Hi, Mindy. How you doing?
I am good, and you?
Good, and how old are you, Mindy?
I am almost 60.
Almost 60, perfect. Upper end female demo. We love it.
What are the numbers on that 60-year-old body?
Let's not worry about that now. Poor little thing. Just happened to have. Glad to have her for a listener.
And come on, I'm old. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, Tuttle.
What's your body count, girl?
Yeah.
Just for
oh yeah, you don't want to know.
Yeah,
oh, yeah.
And Mindy,
wow.
how do you how long you've been listening to the show for a long time, and you've navigated over now to 98.3 over there in Pinellas?
Yes, I've been listening since the Power Pig days.
Oh, fantastic!
How they hanging at 60?
They're
down to my knees.
Right. She scrapes her nipples when she goes roller skating. It's not a big deal.
That's right.
Mindy, I will get a women's prize pack sent out to you by the end of the week, and I appreciate you, Mindy, way more than you know, man. Times like these, we really appreciate the Bubba Army that sticks by us. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I have my ducks on my Jeep.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you, Mindy.
I got I got the yellow one and the black one. Now you just need to come up with some other colors.
All right, we'll do.
All right.
Bye now. See, you guys all know the rap on me in Tampa is he's dead, he's not relevant, he's on a video game. You know,
it is more about you being dead, though. The first one,
yeah, they would love to. God, if I would die, watch. Here's Lummy. The only way I'm ever gonna get my due from this point forward is if I die.
Oh, of
they'd be
course.
like, oh, Bubba the Love Sponge, #1. The most popular shock jock ever to come out of the Tampa, Florida area has now suddenly died.
That's how it is, Bubba. I mean, look, Pete Rose was the biggest criminal of all time, and now they can't wait to get him in the Hall of Fame.
You know what? Great analogy. And point well taken. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last call. No more. I said I would give out 8, and I got them. Who's this? Hello.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hey, this is David.
Hi, David. How old are you, David?
29.
29 or 49?
29.
29. How about that? Lower end demo. Love that. 29. And David, where do you what do you live in Pinellas County, or do you at least work over there?
I do. I work in Hillsborough and Pinellas. Listen to you on 96.7.
96.7. You can get us on 98.3 in Pinellas, or of course globally on AM 820. Listen, my friend, I'll get a prize pack out to you. A three item mystery box, if you will.
We put this guy back on hold after.
Oh yeah, Lummy needs to get your info. So I mean, listen, I got a 31, a male 31, male 41, male 35, male 41, male 46, male 57, woman 60, male 29. And you're gonna try to tell me I'm dead?
That's a good like slice.
That's a great cross section of demos, if you will. Did you guys? I think this was a Los Angeles home that they were raiding. Los Angeles police body cam says the guy said, "Hey man, nice shot." After the police broke into this guy's house, there's a kid, and they escort the kid out of there. But this guy, now they later found out that it was a BB gun. But in today's world, these BB guns, they just don't build like the little Daisy, one cock, spring-loaded, frontier, Wild West looking BB gun. I don't even think you can point a BB gun to a cop and not get smoked.
No, because they look too real.
Right. But I even think if you had a regular Daisy, it looks like a BB gun, you might get smoked with that. I don't know. But you're certainly going to get smoked with this. Wait till you see what this looked like. And this is a little graphic. By the way, Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Appreciate it. And all 8 people that called in. My phone lines were packed, by the way. Price packs out to you guys. Thank you. I'm trying to figure out a way where if you're living in well, it's a promotion that we'd have to try to sled through. I don't want to sled through it here live on the radio.
Hey, it's the police!
My mama. They're like, get the hell out of here, kid. Because I think they know. I mean, I don't know why they were called. Let me try to read a little bit further. A Los Angeles police officer opened fire on a man holding what appeared to be a rifle. In a bizarre aftermath, a cop got a marksman compliment from the dude who was actually writhing in agony. Here's the deal. Last month, LAPD responded to a domestic disturbance call of a possible suicidal man. And once the officers... and one of the officers unloaded on the suspect when he came at them holding a gun. On Tuesday, the department released the pics and the body cam footage that shows the intense shooting when the suspect got hit in the leg, and randomly told the cop afterward that was a good shot. Then he repeated his praise of the guy's shot, and if any officers thought it was funny, they didn't let us. Blah blah blah. Here's the BB gun that he had. Now, when you got a BB gun that looks like that, you're going to get smoked.
Yeah, he probably spray painted the orange tip.
Yeah, the orange tip.
No, so you spray paint the orange tip.
I saw that happening in East Tampa the other day when I was riding through, avoiding traffic, and there was a teenage kid spray painting a gun.
The orange tip.
Yeah.
Now here's the guy.
Ooh.
So the cops roll around the corner and they see a guy right here, and it looks to be like it's the gun that I just showed you. It's him holding that gun. And at that point, man, the only thing that saved him, I think, it might have been this refrigerator or this wall, because I think they only got him in the leg. He's lucky to be alive.
Hey! He has a rifle.
How many shots is that?
What was that?
I think it's about 8.
Rifle.
Maybe 8.
Hey!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like,
he has a rifle.
Maybe 10.
Jeez.
He has a rifle. He has a rifle.
He has a rifle.
Now he's obviously thrown down what the officers think is a smaller version of an AR-15, and he's
Captain Creamsicle 25.
Thank you, my friend. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bub Army.
Come on. Don't reach for it.
Back up to your left. Perfect. Point. Keep giving him commands.
Keep coming out, man. Keep coming out.
Oh, shoot me, bro.
Keep crawling, dude.
Shoot me.
Just crawl, dude.
You had me crawling on the ground when I'm shot
keep
my
crawling
leg,
this
dude.
way, bro.
That's the best way to do things, bro.
That was a good shot, though.
Just crawl this way, bro.
That was a good shot.
Good shot.
I'll go ahead.
Keep point and these two are rest.
Raj.
Just keep going, brother.
Keep coming. Keep coming, bro.
I mean, at that point, man, can't they kind of maybe...
That's kind of funny to shoot a dude in the leg and then make the bitch crawl to you.
Yeah, I was trying to say.
I haven't even seen that in the movies.
Now, even the most hardcore gangsters, will come to you. Let me, here's the last. I've closed out the contest. Is this person...
That's just a person calling.
Oh. Hi, you know what, Lummy? We'll make it 9. But now it's over.
They're 3, 2, 1. I'm wondering if they're listening.
Yeah, they're not even probably listening to us on what we had denoted, what we needed people to listen to. So this is just probably a regular caller. Hopefully it's not Charlie, because I have a whole Charlie situation to get into.
Oh, is this Tony?
Who is this?
It looks like Charlie's in chat.
Tony from Orlando.
Hi, Tony from Orlando. How are you?
Hey, how you doing, boss man?
Good.
I love your show. Hey, I'm listening to you on iHeart. Does that count?
Yeah, sure. By however means you can get us. We prefer YouTube if you want to visually watch us. Rumble, YouTube, X, Twitch, Facebook visually, but audibly if you need to pick us up on iHeart or TuneIn, or even better yet, BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Yes,
but
sir.
Listen, the most important thing is that you're listening. So thank you, my friend.
Hey, man, I've been listening to you since the XL days.
Oh, XL
I told you that a while back.
Yeah, back in the Orlando days when I was completely insane.
Yeah.
Calling kids fetuses, asking what their moms look like, how big their mom's boobs were.
Yep.
Would they want to go to school tomorrow in a limo? All that kind of
My
stuff.
wife loves you too, man. She says you're crazy as hell. She loves you.
Tell her I said thank you. Love that female demo. Appreciate you, my friend.
I appreciate you, boss man.
Thank you.
Yep.
Now Charlie's in chat, and I would like the moderator to unblock Charlie. And then when I'm done with my Charlie segment, which I'm going to get into next, you can do whatever you want. You can block him. You're the moderator. You know best. But Charlie, you are you're unstable. You're insane. And you have committed some very, 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 very you've committed some crimes, Charlie.
Oh.
And if I was you, Charlie, I'd move, because just because you block your phone number, *67, or you run it through some type of app, or you run it through Signal, or you run it through Google Voice, or the various masking different, the police have the technology. You know, Diaco Law may not have the technology to find out where that call's originating from, but the police do. And Charlie, let's get something straight. All the trials and tribulations that we've had with you, and again, everybody's microphone's on. Everybody can participate on their Charlie stories and whatever they want to say at this point. It's open forum. But I think only Seth and Lummy really know what I'm going to do next. And Macho Man, they heard.
Yeah, and Charlie's back in chat. So.
Good. So Charlie, stay there. And Charlie, you identify yourself in chat as Charlie 82888. That's what he right? Charlie, yes. Charlie 82888 Charles 8. I mean, I don't. Is that? Does it keep going past that? Does it keep going past that? All right, here it is. So here's what Charlie identifies himself by. Not Charlie Townsend or Charlie Fribley or Charlie McGillicuddy or Charlie Jones. He identifies himself as Charlie 82888 Charles 888. Now, Charlie, that's not a person. And we don't even know that your name's Charlie. Your real name could be Larry or John or Fred or Pat or Bubba or Ronnie. You've given yourself the name Charlie. Now, maybe indeed Charlie is your first name. Maybe let me give you the benefit of the doubt, Charlie, by saying that Charlie is your first name. Well, do you know how many Charlies are out there in the world? I mean, one would say, I think I would venture to say tens of millions. I wonder if you can even ask Alexa that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hey, Alexa. Good morning, Alexa. Alexa, hello.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Hey, Alexa, how many Charlies are in the world?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor, there are roughly 340,000 people in the world whose first name is Charlie.
Damn. All right, there you go. Wow, Seth, I was expecting I can't answer that question. So
no, she's so one.
She knew it.
She was right on it too. So, Charlie, there's 340,000 other people named Charlie. And you are a known, what they call caller pig. I don't know what I don't know what the personalities that Cox called them, but when I was at iHeart, Power Pig, J-Core, you were just either a prize pig or a caller pig. But, you know, you're the guy that, you know, would call Bob Lassiter, would call my show, would call Lionel, would call, you know, Jack and Ted, would call Mark Larson, would call, you know, anybody that had a call-in show. You're the kind of guy that, I mean, and Seth, I think you had some interactions with him at your other places. He's been known to call Drew. He's been known to call, I don't know if he calls Orlando or Calta. I don't know. But he is a caller pig.
I thought he called other streamers. I didn't know
he calls streamers.
Okay, and he called, and I think now he calls streamers, but I think he didn't he used to call Drew?
Not when I was there.
Oh, okay. Well, he's a known participant on call-in based streams. He calls other shows frequently, and he's got this shtick. I don't know what if when in the other programs that he calls, he's nice. I don't know if he's ever nice or complimentary. I don't know if he likes any shows or if Charlie's shtick, if you will, is just to be a dick. Has anybody heard him on any other? So we know that he calls other shows, but has anybody ever heard what his shtick is with other shows? Is it similar to ours?
Yeah, well, yeah, and he just he should be in the radio business, and he needs an opportunity.
Okay. So he's a guy that thinks that he's really more talented than he really is when he's just a caller pig. So I dealt with him for a while where we would have him on and I'd let him spiel a little bit and then finally we'd be done with him. But and at one time, I think I even offered him a podcast. Remember Tuttle? I mean, remember Seth? And he turned it down. I actually, this was not with your endorsement. I know you did not want.
You offered him a streaming show with you on Friday,
right?
And he couldn't. And you said, "Don't call me for a week," I think, and he wasn't able to do that.
Yeah, he couldn't hold out.
Yeah. So I've given him opportunities. And so as it continued on, I could just tell this guy's just... So I said, listen, you're no longer going to be on the air. And the minute that I hear that it's you, and Lummy has all of your numbers written down and what have you. By the way, Lummy, the police need, if you do have any numbers for him...
Yes.
The police need them.
Wait, it's gone that far now?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
This is a setup, Tuttle.
Yes.
A setup.
What do you mean?
I mean, you're setting up why
yeah.
Charlie has gone over the edge.
Oh, yes.
You're not just talking about him.
Oh, yes, you're right. Yes, Tuttle. I'm sorry. Seth is correct. Okay. I'm setting up. I'm going to go into words, and I'll give you the payoff on the backside. So, Charlie, you're just Charlie, and listen, we didn't know that how many. I thought that Alexa definitely would say, I can't help you with that. That's not information I have. But she spews out that there's 340,000 other people named Charlie. So we don't know who you are. We don't know where you live. We've never divulged any of that information, and nor have you. We don't know. You're just Charlie to us. Crazy ass, trying to cause problems, chronic caller, thinks he's deserved more than he really is, when really all he has deserved is nothing. Nothing. And if I could somehow block you from even being able to get my show, I would, but I don't have those capabilities. Now I can block you from our various, but I want Rumble or YouTube. I think he's on Rumble right now. Is he on Rumble right now, Lummy?
Yes, he is.
Okay, so I want Rumble. And Lummy, I think, do we have some decent moderators over there?
Yes.
Okay. And before you guys block him after I play after I'm going to present my Charlie case to you, it would be interesting to hear Charlie's explanation on this, because Charlie, you're done, bud. Like, you have messing with me is one thing. I don't have the resources that the Diacos do, or the connections and the ties to local law enforcement. I have ties to local law enforcement with regards to I know the sheriffs and I know a lot of police officers, but I can't blow a call in and get them to come investigate something immediately. I don't have that. The Diacos are very well connected people. They very much are. And Charlie, like I'm going to be honest with you, Charlie. You're in trouble. Like, you're in trouble. You are going to get arrested. And maybe I shouldn't be disclosing all this, but I want to leave. I don't think, and I hope that you don't think this is a joke. There's going to be somebody to take you. You're going to be arrested. I wouldn't be surprised if you don't get arrested today or tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
Maybe go live with your sister. Maybe try to throw off the authorities in some way, shape, or form. But when I present what you did yesterday, when I present that, Mushroom Mitch 50 on the PayPal. PayPal is dried up like the Sierra Desert, but Mushroom Mitch broke that seal. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army.
Good thing the Sahara is still nice and moist.
It still is. Yeah, thank you. And so, Charlie, in order to piss you off, because you are a virtual nobody knows who you are. We don't know who you are. You're just Charlie. Chronic ass, stupid, call in, make an ass out of yourself. And you went, listen, bud, you went too far and you're in trouble. And so, Charlie, Lummy, we affectionately name him Chomo Charlie.
Yes.
Now, Charlie, we don't identify you as to who you really... When I say Chomo Charlie, That's identifying you, but we've never identified who you really are. Again, Alexa reports there's 300, that could be 340, maybe 399,999 other people that I'm calling a child molester. But I'm calling it to you, and we've never denoted who you are. You're just Charlie. I'm sorry. What is it? Charlie 888-Charles 888 or whatever you identify yourself on one of the particular chat forums that you're, as of right now, not banned. But boy, now here's the thing, Charlie. There are forums that don't like us. I'll just be completely transparent. Reddit hates us. But you know what Reddit does? Reddit doesn't go too far. They let their feelings of our program be known. They are very critical of our show. They pick it apart. They don't like it. They'll tell you what they don't like about it. They'll tell you how pathetic I am, how pathetic the show is, how Lummy's stupid, Seth's all types of sort of different things. I am the worst of the worst. Tuttle, you suck. Macho Man sucks. The show sucks. I'm a grifter. I'm barely hanging on. You know, I'm pathetic. I'm using the merch crick. It's a money grab. It's just, listen, and you know what? You people on Reddit have that right, and you're using a forum in the way that it's meant to be used, and that's to talk about a topic that you all have in common. And that topic is your hatred towards us. And you know what? None of you have gone too far. Every one of you have the right to be critical of our program. I may not like it. It may be hurtful. It may be not true. Most of the stuff isn't true, but there is some truth to it. And you guys, I don't like you guys and you don't like me, but I gotta give this to you. You don't ever go personal. You don't ever threaten to kill, or you spread your hate correctly and above board. And you can continue to do that. Reddit doesn't even do what Charlie did yesterday. And Reddit hates us the very, very, very most. But again, I got to throw Reddit a bone, is that they know exactly how far to go while still maintaining a sense of decorum.
Paper Towel Willie, $50.
Thank you, Paper Towel Willie. Love you. Even they know that you don't do this. So, Charlie, you would have a leg to stand on, if you will. You would have maybe more sympathy and more legal standing and maybe not get arrested. You're going to get arrested, Charlie. You're going to get arrested. You probably wouldn't get arrested if I had identified who you are, what your real last name is, where you lived, what you did for a living, your background, where you came from, and people could actually say, oh, I know that Charlie. He lives in Melbourne. Charlie Longwood is his name. Used to work down there at the Chevy dealership. Yeah, I know that guy. But all you are is Charlie. And we call you Chomo Charlie. Because that's the worst thing that you can call a person, is a child molester. But we've never identified you. So you're just Charlie, along with the 350,000 other Charlies. And let me, the ongoing joke is, the minute that we know it's Charlie, we say, hurry, hang up, it's Chomo Charlie, right?
Yeah.
They're like, Charlie, you know we don't let Chomo Charlie call the show. We used to let you be able to say a few things, but Chomo Charlie, stop calling us. You're not allowed on the show. You've made an ass out of yourself.
Stop calling me on the phone, you mother.
Stop. Because every time you call, I'm going to call you Chomo Charlie, and I'm going to hang up on you. You may get, hey, it's Charlie. That's all you're going to get. And so I've not slandered, defamed you in any way, shape, or form because I've not identified you. Now, if I would say Patrick Tuttle is a such and such, and it was defamatory and slander, then I have laid out who the guy is, what his real name is, and people can identify him as such. And if what I call Patrick Tuttle is defaming or slanderous or liable, Patrick Tuttle would have the ability to potentially sue me or leave crazy-ass messages on my machine because I've identified a guy named Patrick Tuttle, and that's a real guy. But if I just said, Tuttle, if you called the show and you were Crazy Pat,
yeah,
like, oh my God, it's Crazy Pat, let me, he's a chomo, get him off.
Get him off.
Well, how many Pats?
There's a lot of Pats.
Exactly. So, Charlie, for as knowledgeable as you are supposedly are on the law, hasn't Charlie denoted himself once as supposedly a lawyer?
No.
That was Gary.
That was Gary.
That was Gary. Well, you know what, Charlie? There's Chomo Charlie. I like to call you that. I like to really call you that, Chomo Charlie, because it gets you just absolutely flipped. You know what, Chomo Charlie? If you were a lawyer, you're the worst lawyer ever, because you would know that you cannot call up a law firm and disrupt their day and their business and make the threats. Chomo Charlie called Diaco Law 4 times yesterday. And I cannot play the phone calls on the air. I'm going to have to play them, Lummy, when we've cleared. And I'm going to make sure, Lummy, when we clear, that Macho Man validates we're clear and we're not on network. And I'm going to play them. And I think they average about 2.5 minutes to 4 minutes. So I'm going to play them with I'm going to play all 4 of them, but it might take me 4 stop sets to get all through them, okay?
Yes.
But I'm going to play from the very first one he left to the very last one he left. And it is Charlie, it's going to be a problem for you. The Diacos are proactive. They already have law enforcement on it. And here's the deal. After the first one, I'm on the phone with Steve. I'm actually on the phone with Steve and Dan. Jay's out of the country. And Steve's like, I'm calling law enforcement. I'm like, you know what? Just let's burn a timeout. Maybe he'll stop. That one, the first one was bad. You can't say that. But maybe he'll go away. Oh, no. Chomo Charlie doesn't go away. He doubles, triples, and quadruples down. So, Chomo Charlie, I'm going to go into words, and then each break, there's 4 of them. He left 4 phone calls yesterday. And you may be thinking to yourself, well, come on, man. How bad can a phone call be from a crazy bastard, Chomo Charlie? And Dan's calling me, and before I heard them, I was like, you guys, let's leave Charlie alone. He'll go away. He's just an absolute pathetic person of a person. It'll go away. And Dan goes, before you say that, have you listened to, because Melanie, the girl that works there, she's like the office manager, she have sent you 4 emails that actually has the recorded voicemail that he left on. Now, at first, I think there were like a total of 6 phone calls, but the actual front desk girl actually answered the first 2. And then from that point forward, she just would kick him to voicemail. And he's disguised his number, and maybe he's used a burner phone, or he's tried. So the Diaco Law doesn't have the capabilities, but don't think that Chad Chronister doesn't. Don't think that Tampa PD or Hillsborough County or the FDLE or the FBI or, And here's the thing, Tuttle. If Chomo Charlie doesn't live in Florida and he's now called across state lines, I think that makes it a federal deal. Now,
yeah.
I think it does. I think it stays state if Chomo Charlie lives in Florida. But I think if he lives outside of Florida, Charlie, the U.S. Marshals and the FBI may be involved. So I'm going to go into words and I'm going to play. Let me make sure I got the first one ready to go.
Okay.
Let me see here. Okay, there's that. And then where's my downloads?
And you're going to play these on Hot Mic?
I got to find them. Damn it.
Yeah.
I'm going to play them on, I'm just going to, I'm going to play them on Hot Mic. I'm going to play them. I'm going to play them in queue. I just got to find them now.
Oh, no.
Damn it. I don't want to let people go into words yet, Lummy, until I find them and I have them all racked up. Rack City, 10, 10, 10, 20s, and a 50. I want to.
Were they in your email?
Yeah, they were in my email.
Could it be in your downloaded folder?
I'm trying to find where that is.
Could be on the button bar.
I know, but
hit the little start button.
What start button?
Oh boy,
help me out here. Just come over.
Come over, Tunnel.
Just come over.
Let me
here.
come on.
Yeah,
this is an emergency.
Just come over here.
I'm coming.
That lummox of a guy is going to be standing right over you.
So let me. I download them and they went to somewhere up here.
Here, click that one right there.
This one?
Yeah.
Tech support.
Downloads. It should be right there.
Downloads this PC. Hold on here. Hit it again.
Double click. There.
Oh, there they are right there. Yes. So we got, this one was for, okay, perfect. So I got them. Fantastic. And let me, if I might be able to get through 2 in one break.
Paper Towel Willie, $100.
Thank you, Paper Towel Willie. Can I run them over here so I can watch the chat? Can I run them over there?
Yeah.
Okay. So here's what's going to happen. Macho Man, I'm going to go into words, and then I want you to just tap the window when you know 100% we're clear. And do I run them through do I run them through the internet feed and run them through the board so they're better quality, or do I run them through the Q mic?
I would run them through the internet.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
So Macho Man, I'm going to hit commercials, and these are the 4 messages that Charlie left Diaco Law's voicemail, to the point where you had females that are working there that are like, this is very offensive and this is disruptive, and this guy's making threat. We don't like, this isn't cool. So I'm going to go to words, and Macho Man, I'm going to wait for you to smash on the window, and then I'm going to play the first one. I might be able to get 2 in, okay? And I want everybody to listen to these and tell me if you could very possibly say, "Oh, Bubba's overreacting." It's not really targeted to me. It's targeted to Jay Diaco, the leader of the Diaco law firm. Dan, obviously works for Jay.
Charlie said that he gives you full permission to play his voice messages.
Oh, Charlie, thank you.
He knows the.
Oh wow.
He knows the radio rules.
Thank you. You have. Lummy, can you screenshot that?
Yes, I will make sure.
Maybe pick a picture?
Yes.
Charlie says you have full permission to play my voice messages. Fantastic, Charlie. I think that you're going to get farther and potentially maybe not going to jail the more you cooperate.
This is a deep tease if I've ever heard one.
Wait till you hear them. My Lord, I'll do them next.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Hey, thank you very much for listening to this voice message. I want to leave a message for Disco Daniel Diaco. I want that little pedophile fuck. Actually, he's not a pedophile fuck, but he agreed with his co-host, Bubba the Love Sponge, Todd Clem. You call this Charlie guy a cholo or chomo, a pedophile, and Dan just sat idly by, agreeing to call this random individual a fucking pedophile. I apologize for getting loud. So this is exactly how this is going to play out. I'm a very nice person. I'm a good person. I call into podcasts. I say stupid, goofy stuff. And I called in earlier, and Dan and his I guess his host, his mentor, called me a pedophile. That's not good. Pedophiles like to have sex with children. That's not my thing. And Dan just sat by idly, in unison, kind of agreed with it. So here's exactly how this is going to play out. You're going to share this voicemail message with Dan. He's going to think, what is my liability in this? I've got patients in the area. I'm a medical surgeon. I'm on this show with this guy who basically whored out his wife and masturbated in a corner while other men had sex with his wife, and he's a pervert. He's been sued many, 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 many times. Hey, Dan, I know you're going to listen to this. I know. I'm a tough guy. I can fight through this. If I see you on his show a week from now, I'm going to show you how you slowly destroy someone's career. You immediately should have said, you know what, Todd, Clem, Bubba, I'm not comfortable. You can't really call someone a child fucker. Yeah, that's not me. I'm not into that. I know, it's a game, isn't it? Hey, Dan, I guarantee you I will fucking destroy you in your practice. Leave that show. You can't call someone a child molester, Danny. Danster? What's your nickname, Danster? All right. So listen to this. Listen. I'm going to say, you know what? Charlie has alerted me to something. I don't want to be a part of this. Hey, Dan, if I see you on that show a week from now, I'm going to show you how you destroy someone's career. Let's see how tough you are, tough guy. Because if somebody called you a pedophile, a child molester, someone that likes to have sex with children, I guarantee you would fight that. And by the way, remember, look at his criminal cases against Todd. The dude is sick. All right, Dan, I gave you some good information. Let's see how you roll with it. Hey, Dan, I will fucking destroy your career. All right, you have a good day there, big guy. You take care.
All through all of it.
Oh, I almost forgot. I will also legally go after Joseph F. Diaco and Scott Arthur. I will go after them with a fucking vengeance. I will also start contacting all the people that work inside your law firm, associates, clerks, everyone. I'm looking at the Diaco law page. Oy vey. Oy vey. Ugh. Hey, Dan. Your little host buddy said this guy's a pedophile, a child molester. Come on. Leave that show immediately, right? You have a practice. You don't want women coming into your practice knowing that you're associated with someone. Actually, it would not. I'm not going to say that because I know this call is being recorded. Hey, Joseph, I hope that you're going to get this right. You're going to say, well, who is this guy? What's he talking about? And Dan's going to say, yeah, I work on this show with this guy, Bubba, and he calls individuals child molesters, child fuckers, child rapists. And I idly sit by and I laugh at it and I agree with it. I will fucking destroy you. Dan, you seem like a good guy. Obviously, your wife, she divorced you. I'm not sure if you're a cuckold like Bubba is. If I see you on that show a week from now, I'm going to show you how you literally destroy someone's life. Because you agree with him, right? You sat by. You should have said, you know what? I don't think we should be calling this person a pedophile. I'm not a pedophile. I'm not a child molester, so I'm not angry about that. But the fact that you sat by, you're a medical doctor, right? And what's a JD? Is that like an attorney type slogan? You're a sick human being. If I see you on that show a week from now, I'm going after all.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
So I still got 3.5 more voicemails that Charlie Chomo. Well, we must identify correctly, right? Chomo Charlie.
Yes.
He left 3 more. I'm sorry, 2. And then I'm halfway through the second one. You guys have obviously heard the first one in its entirety. And I don't, Charlie, any rational human being, again, you can get on Reddit or you can get wherever and you can say pretty much about anything you want about us. That's the place to do it. But again, even those people have decorum. You can't say the things that you're saying on a law firm's voicemail threatening to destroy somebody's life and their business practice when they've not done anything other than identify you. And I don't even know how much Dan has participated in the Chomo Charlie deal, but we've all identified you as Chomo Charlie. That's who you are. And Charlie, you obviously don't even know the rule. I have been sued 2 times for defamation, slander, libel, both of which were jury trials, and I was found not guilty. And there is no slander, there is no defamation, and there is no libel if we're just calling you Charlie. That's how much you don't know about broadcast law or just the law in itself. One, broadcast law, I can pretty much say anything I want. Lummy, you're Warren. If you left the show and I said, hey, you don't even leaving the show, people would associate it would be you. So I can't even call people on that I hate that worked for this show and has done me dirty. I can't, if I started saying, hey man, if Seth left after the first time and I was like, man, piece of shiz, Seth, even though I'm not saying Kushner, you would be able to correlate that it was Seth because he most recently was at this program. So it would be identifiable. Trust me, I know the rules of conflict with regards to this industry. I've been doing it 40 years. And so, Charlie, you don't know broadcast law. I can call you anything I want as long as I don't identify your last name, where you live, what you got going on. You're just Chomo Charlie. I can call it to you every day of the week, every minute that I'm on the air, every day I broadcast. Chomo Charlie. So you don't know broadcast law, and you certainly don't know regular law because you can't call a business or even a person for that matter and make these type of threats. Charlie, you are so unhinged, and more importantly, you need help. Like, you genuinely need help. You know what? I'm sure all of us are somewhat on the crazy spectrum. I mean, we sit here and basically talk to ourselves while talking to actually hundreds of thousands of people. But, you have to be somewhat narcissistic, full of yourself, you in order to do what we do.
I'm certified crazy.
And you have actually been you've actually been held for 7 days no, I take that back. You were actually incarcerated in the Orange County Jail for being crazy. Yeah. And then you were actually sent to a crazy farm here, and there was a few times you got a little uppity, and they gave you the booty juice.
Yeah.
So Tuttle, I could probably call you crazy, and you couldn't sue me because you have a history of being crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
Crazy ass Tuttle. I could call Seth Jewish. Seth, you Jew?
Thank you.
No problem, and I mean that affectionately. So when I'm saying, you could call me fat. Bubba's a fat ass, and many other things you guys have decided that I am, and that I've and Dan is, and to an extent, Dan is a public personality that comes on this show twice a week, and so he is subject to a certain amount of scrutiny. And again, I hate to keep referring to Reddit, but go over there and go crazy. That's what that's for. But even those moderators, to an extent, I see where they occasionally will be like, stop, we can't go there. I know Bubba's a fat piece of shiz, and he's a grifter, and he's pathetic, and he's a beggar, and he's going to lose it all, and he's bamboozling the Merch Creek to sell her house so he can pay off his IRS debt. He's going to jail. All the bad things, everything that that you think that I am, that potentially I might be. I don't know. You guys police yourself, and you seem to do a pretty good job.
Have you ever been in fear of your life in your radio career from a listener? Because I watched that movie Talk Radio over the weekend, and that guy
one time, and it was from a female in Orlando. I was in fear of my life one time.
Wow.
From a female who although I got to tell you, Charlie concerns me. You know, Lummy, we've had the Brandon, the guy,
Yes.
the sativa guy that came and just threw eggs at the building and broke our gate. We've had, realistically, Seth, were you around during the Kenneth Kimberlin deal?
No.
The guy, the police officer that had killed two people in the line of duty and came here freshly out of jail with a SUV with no license plate and told Erica and Blitz that he was going to put 2 in my neck.
No.
And he wrote the judge while he was still in prison, and he said, this guy probably makes Charlie look like, the most sane person in the world is Kenneth Kimberlin. And so while he was still incarcerated, he wrote the judge and said, Bubba the Love Sponge is taping all of my movements while in my cell and broadcasting him on BubbaRaw.com. And realize that BubbaRaw.com, I think, closed down in 2012.
Yeah.
I took that out.
Bubba Raw, I think with one keystroke, but Tuttle took that thing right down to 0, and we lost everything. So he wrote the judge and said that I'm documenting his entire life while behind bars, and when he gets out, him and his biker friends are going to kill people and feed their body parts to the 900-pound python that lives underneath his trailer.
And talks to him.
And he talks to him.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and that guy shows up here to the studios wanting to talk to me, and the merch crick goes out. She's strapped. And listen, don't try the merch crick. Out of all of us,
yeah,
she's the one. She'll kill you.
Oh, why do we have to keep putting her on the front lines?
Well, here's the thing, man. She loves me so much.
She'll die for you.
She would.
Oh no. No.
I mean, she went up to Calta and asked him a couple tricky questions. Got her ass kicked. 2 years of neck fusions and all kinds of deals.
I know, but she is always the first one at the gate when someone pulls up and when Macho's working.
She prefers that though. So Kenneth Kimberlin was probably we've had 2 crazies. But now we got this guy. And this guy was just Chomo Charlie up until yesterday. Like, I just saw this on Rumble. Hey, Chomo, try that with Gene Lasker. Let's see where it gets you. Because he'll shoot you in the face. So anyway, up until Chomo Charlie, I just thought Chomo Charlie was just one of these caller pigs that liked to hear himself on the air, and he was getting increasingly frustrated the more we were just, not letting him get one. Because remember, Seth, back in the day, I'd actually let him get a little bit in.
Sure.
We'd have a little back and forthness until finally he'd hit a wall. He'd always spit himself out, but I'd give him a minute or 2, or somebody would snipe him.
Yeah, and then he became unsnipeable.
And so then I gave him unsnipeable status. I mean, let Charlie say his piece. But do you notice how the crazy has turned up now that he doesn't have even the ability to say, "Hey, it's Charlie." The minute we know it's Charlie, I think we've been fairly consistent now. What, 2 or 3 weeks? I think it's only been like 2 weeks where we go, "Chomo Charlie, see you later."
But we're stirring him up.
But that's what we do.
No, I know. I'm just saying this is what happens when you do this when you mess with people that are, I don't even want to say unstable. He's way past that. The guy has been forgotten in life. Anybody who was ever his friend or family has either died or goes, we don't want to deal with this guy anymore, and he's been left behind, and now we have to deal with him.
And you know what, Seth? I think you're onto something in the fact that I think any person or human being that may have meant something to him maybe has left him because these are the traits that he shows. And I think maybe potentially we were his last little bit of interaction with somebody. And then when we gave him the name Chomo Charlie, in conjunction with not even allowing him to say, "Hey, it's Charlie," because let me, that's the most he can say. I think in the last 2 weeks, that's the most that he's gotten all over the airwaves. "Hey, it's Charlie." I'm like, "Oh, see you later, Charlie. Bye-bye. Chomo Charlie, don't call. Hey, Chomo Charlie."
The phone, you mother. Stop calling me on the phone, you mother.
There you go, Chomo Charlie.
Is he local?
We don't know. We don't know his identity other than Chomo Charlie. So I'm going to go back into words so I can continue this trek. I've not read chat. The only place that Chomo Charlie is allowed right now is Rumble. And Rumble's a little rough around the edges where they'll tell you what they really think. And even if they think that I'm to blame, or, Charlie's in the right here, or that Charlie is in probably the average. I think the average, like the Pippi short stroker or the big buck from Charleston, or some of the good, real, normal thinking men out there, knowing that you cannot call a person's place of business and make the threats to them that you're making. And then let's not forget that Chomo Charlie also gave us permission to play these on the air.
I think where he overstepped his boundaries when he said, "I'm also going to go after your employees." I think that one was the nail in the coffin.
Well, we're only at 1.5, and we have 2.5 more to go, and it increasingly gets worse.
So, no, I think we're only at a half a call, aren't we?
Yeah, no, we've completed one.
Oh, you completed one, okay.
Yeah, and so I'm at half of number 2.
Oh, okay.
I got all of 3 and 4 to play yet. So, Mach, do me a favor and knock on the window or come in here and tell me when we're clear from the network so that I can continue the Chomo Charlie voicemail to Diaco Law. Diaco Law is meeting with police authorities as we speak, Chomo. You can't do this. You cannot do this, bud. There's hate forums that you can hate on us, and even they have rules. And thank you for that. Let me know when we're clear, Mach.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
All of you. So you've got my voice on record. You can put the voice out there on the internet. We goof around, we say certain things, but when you call someone a child molester, a pedophile, and he wasn't joking. No, this is a disturbed human being. Look at his past record. This is a cuckold whose wife, he couldn't satisfy his wife, so he had other men pleasuring her sexually while he masturbated in the corner. He watched the tape. Like I said, I truly believe he cleaned up the cum from other men. Hey, Joseph, you don't want to fuck with me, Joseph. I don't care how many law schools you've been to. I don't care how smart you are. Scott Arthur, listen to my voice message. Say, this guy's a fucking lunatic. He's going to bring down all of us. I'm not going to bring down anybody. I'm not a bad guy. I'm a nice fella. Yeah. But Daniel did nothing when this guy called another person a pedophile. There's nothing worse than being called that. And by the way, if I was a child molester or a pedophile, I'd be like, oh, they caught me. I'm not any of these things. Hey, Daniel, you better leave that show or I'm going after all 3 of you legally. It's over. All right. Now, yeah, hi, it's Charlie again. Can you please leave this message for Joseph F. Diaco? What a clown. Hey, Joseph, so what you're going to do today after you get this message, you're going to contact Daniel. You're going to be like, who is this Charlie guy? Why are we getting these wild messages? And Daniel's going to say, you know how I work on the Clem podcast, Bubba the Love Sponge? And Joseph's going to say, yeah, I don't know why you do that. It's kind of hurting our brand. And he's going to say, well, I agree that this Charlie person is a pedophile, a child molester. And Joseph's going to be like, what are you talking about? And Daniel's going to say, well, actually, I don't know what I'm talking about. The fact that I'm even in bed with this disturbed fuck means that I probably should not have any association with your law firm, and I probably shouldn't be a medical doctor. Hey, Joseph, I want you to listen to this very carefully. If I see Daniel on the Bubba the Love Sponge, Todd Clemens, whatever name he goes by a week from now, I'm going to legally go after you, the people that work with you, legally. I'm going to expose them. Daniel needs to say, you know what? Thank you, Todd. Thank you, Clem. Thank you, Bubba. I can no longer be associated with your brand. If I don't see that legally, Joseph, because I know my voice is being recorded, you're going to use this against me. I'm going to show you how you online fuck someone. And I mean that respectfully. You seem like a nice guy. Actually, you look like a clown fuck. So Daniel's going to resign from working on the Bubba the Clump. Otherwise, Daniel agrees that we can just randomly call people child molesters or pedophiles. I think we've got to be careful. Hey, Joseph, think about this. Have a conversation with Daniel. Go have a nice tea, maybe a couple crumpets, maybe some fish or whatever. I don't know what you guys eat on your lunch breaks. Hey, Joseph, I promise you, I will legally, ethically online fuck you. I will fuck with every single person in your law firm legally. No, because you fucked with me. You can't call someone a pedophile or child molester. Gosh darn it. You can say Charlie's a nutcase. He's a scoundrel. He calls in and says stupid things. I really don't like your smile, Joseph. And if Daniel doesn't resign from the Bubba podcast, I'm going to wipe that smile off your face, boy. You hear me? Okay. All right. Hey, Scott Arthur, I'm going to find out a lot about you too. Okay. I think we've got some good stuff going here. I'm a nice guy. Okay. You guys have a good day. I want you to give this message to Joseph Diaco. Hey, Joseph, there's a Reddit forum called the Bubba Army. And I posted that I've left you multiple messages, basically implying that if Daniel stays on Reddit, if Daniel stays with Bubba and his team, that I'm not going to stop. I'm going to do everything humanly impossible, legally, professionally, to absolutely destroy your law practice. So what you're going to do is you're going to pick up the phone and you're going to call Daniel and you're like, dude, who is this guy? Who is this Charlie guy? And Daniel's going to say, he's just like this random guy that calls into talk shows. And then he's going to say, well, is he a pedophile? Is he a child molester? And Daniel's going to say, well, actually my boss, the guy that I work for, the radio host, he said that and I basically idly stood by and I agree with it. Hey, Joseph, here's exactly what's going to happen. I'm telling you what's going to happen. I love your smile and your confidence. I'm a warrior. I'm a really good person. I went to law school and I can do this and I can do that. Hey, Joseph, I'm going to give Daniel 1 week, and you as well. You're never going to appear on that show again, because if you do appear on that show, you're going to
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I got like 2 minutes left on the last phone call. I was able to burn through 1.5 of them just now. So we literally have only 2 more minutes left of Chomo Charlie calling up Diaco Law yesterday, disrupting the entire firm. Like this is not cool. You can't do this. I don't think you can do this to any business, let alone a guy that's on the air as a radio personality 2 days a week. Jay, we affectionately call him Jay Diaco, but Jay's real name is Joseph, named after his father. Now, he wasn't a junior because he used a different. Maybe he is a junior.
I thought he was a junior.
I think he might be a junior. But you as a normal thinking, sane person, you can't hit *67 or run it through a Google Voice deal or run it through the WhatsApp or the Signal. You don't think police, have all types of Charlie, I hate to tell you how they're doing it, but they're getting a hold of Diaco's phone provider and they'll Charlie, I wouldn't be surprised that if you're not apprehended, questioned, and thrown in jail today. I do have some phone calls, and I'd like to get their opinions. Am I too close to this situation, or am I correct in thinking this is way, way, way over the top? Like, you can't be doing this. And am I wrong? I know I'm not legally wrong because I've been doing this. I'm an expert at what you can and cannot say on the radio. I'm an expert at that. I've been tried 2 times by a jury and prevailed both. And as long as I do not identify Charlie as to who he really is, I can call Charlie anything I want if the only name that I call Charlie is Charlie. Again, old girl told us there was 340,000 Charlies.
There's a lot of them.
And what are the odds of it being you, Charlie? Now that's this actually, Charlie, Chomo Charlie. This gives all Charlies a bad name, and I know some good Charlies, like my good friend Charlie. Charlie
Chris?
Charlie Crist. I don't know how good he is, but I'm just saying. There's some really good Charlies out there that you're giving a bad name to. So you're so insane and so sure of yourself that we've slandered and defamed you by calling you Chomo Charlie while not allowing you to be on the air, that you are so freaked out by that you think that you're in the right by threatening a person and listen, you're just not. I mean, this wasn't one phone call and tell Dan to watch his ass and stop calling me Chomo Charlie. I mean, he's called 4 times. He called 6, but they got 4 of them on voicemail and tell him they're going to destroy your business. You're going to get into their clerks, into their paralegals and all this kind. You Charlie, you're so crazy. Chomo Charlie, you're so crazy that you think this is okay.
If you feel like he's harmless?
No, I do not. I do not feel like he's harmless at all. Let's not forget, though, wasn't it just, let me, as a matter of fact, I want you to find it for me, okay?
Okay.
Remember, it was just a couple weeks ago that we had to give Charlie the dial 988 suicide hotline because one of the last times that Charlie was on the air is he said he was going to kill himself.
Yes, he was.
And I talked him through that, and I thought I did a pretty good job. And he's just, I mean, Seth, that's why I feel, well, Seth, you've dealt with crazy people before, and you've been on the air, a long time. How do you feel about this situation? Do you think that he's dangerous? Do you think that, what's your opinion?
I think that after it gets resolved, I think that he should be a thing of the past on the show. I don't think that we should mention him. I don't think that we should pick up his calls and hang up. I don't think we should talk to him at all. I think that this empowers him. This is what he wants. I know the drama is interesting to people, but I've dealt with people that said they were going to come to the studio and rape Drew's son. I've dealt with people that have said that they're going to come to my house and
do stuff.
Yeah,
so I've
had people call up and say, they're happy my baby died. Just all these things, but this is
I've had all that too.
Yeah, and these are the souls that have been left behind, Bubba, and there's no helping them. And I think when you try to use them for entertainment, I think it goes south at some point, and this has.
But don't you think that today was necessary to call him out to let him know that you cannot?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I also think that he jumped the shark when he did the suicide call, and I thought that you handled that like it was a serious thing because you have to as a broadcaster. But after that point, like I thought that his character had jumped the shark. He had nothing else to antagonize you about. And now he's latched onto this. And I think that all of this, I've seen all of these things get taken to the next level and some have fizzled out. But either way, this is not one of the perks of the job.
Right. Agreed. Hello, you're on the air. By the way,
good morning, Bubba.
By the way, I have 2 more minutes of his final phone call to play. We'll get through those in the next break, and then we're done.
Then we're done with Charlie.
Yeah, and I don't know how Rumble or YouTube or X or Twitch or Facebook has it scored as far as what they think about Charlie. You guys might be able to give me a better cross section of what the other people's opinion of this is.
For months now, no one has liked Charlie. I mean, people were trying to snipe him and get rid of him, and.
Go ahead, sir. You're on the air, bud.
Hey, good morning, Bubba. How are you?
Good, bud. Well, I mean, we're dealing with Chomo Charlie right now.
Right. Couple of things. I would 100% fear that guy. He's got a sound in his voice, Bubba. He's not right. Just listening to those voice messages, there's definitely something wrong with this guy.
I mean, this guy's having full-blown conversations with himself.
Yeah, I agree with Seth, though. I think once you get him dealt with from law enforcement and all this stuff plays itself out, I think I agree with Seth. I think we're shedding too much light on this guy and giving him what he wants. I say we bury him. Let the Bubba Army bury him. Maybe Gene can.
No, here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you look at the two priors, and I wholeheartedly agree with your assessment and Seth's, because both crazy people that we had, Kenneth Kimberlin and the Brandon Powers guy, they both, after they were finally dealt with legally by the judicial system, the police, we did never hear from them again. So hopefully that's this, because listen, I feel, sir, you can tell me what you seem like a normal dude, and I like to throw the topic throughout the room, but I think what the messages that he's left, the Diaco law firm threatening Dan to get off the show, and the things, I think he has committed I think it's illegal to have spoke in the threatening manner that he has, leaving those voicemails. I think he's broken the law.
I would 100% agree with you, Bubba. He's attacked your family in a sense, right? They're an extension of your family, and you just cannot go after certain people. We all know if you're in a public figure, Dan's going to get ridiculed.
Yep.
I mean, look at MJ, pubic hair bonnet. I mean, you can do that with some people, Bubba, but if they're in the social aspect of things, but you cannot, in the public light, you cannot say the things that he said. I'm glad that you guys are doing something with him. And like Seth said, bury him and have a funeral for Charlie and move on.
I don't even think I have a funeral. I just get potentially a police report that they got him, and they're and whatever happens. It's I'm not the victim as much as Diaco Law and their employees and Jay and Steve and Dan. They're the victims. They're the ones that are pursuing this legally, as they should, and they can keep me up to speed as to what Charlie gets. I mean, but I think that this is fundamentally, here's the problem. Charlie doesn't know the law, and Charlie doesn't know that if I just continue to call him Charlie, I can call him any name that I want due to the fact that there's 340,000 additional Charlies out there, and I've not said it was Charlie Longwood from Pinellas Park. It's just Charlie. So he fundamentally does not grasp the law. He thinks that by me saying Chomo Charlie, that it's talking about him in particular. He doesn't know the law, which has made him crazy, and I think after I play I got a minute 59 left of his threats, and then I'm done with him. I've exposed him. I've let the people be able to determine, whether you support Charlie's craziness or not, and then we're done with him. And then Diacos can keep me up to speed on potentially what happens to Charlie privately, and while keeping it all off the air.
Are they looking to get this handled pretty quickly?
Yeah, they're on it now. They're meeting with police right today. Like, that's why
Bubba, you can tell you struck a nerve when you call him that Chomo Charlie. You can hear in those voicemails he does not like that, and it's really funny.
No,
it's really funny.
It's funny until it's not, and so let's hope that the authorities sweep in, identify this guy, at least scare him, or let him know that you cannot act that way. You cannot make those type of threats on a business phone towards anybody. And maybe it's not an arrestable offense. I don't know, but at least I know they'll at least make contact with him, and hopefully he'll go away quietly, and we bury the Chomo Charlie. And you're right, Seth, when he's on the phone, we just hang up. We don't identify it as Chomo Charlie. We're just like, see you later, buddy. And we don't because that's what's driving him crazy. Let's be honest.
Yes.
So we cut that off, and he's on his own. Hopefully they arrest him, because I just, for the life of me, and me knowing the laws and the threats and public figures and what you can and cannot say, I don't think you can say what he's saying. I don't think you can.
Thank you, Bubba.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Phone lines blowed up. 813-90-BUBBA. Hello.
Hey, how we doing, Bubba?
Good, bud.
I just got to say, I think this guy is completely crazy. He sounds like he's bipolar. Possibly he's got a multi-personality disorder. And did he say that he was a doctor? That's pretty scary if that's true.
I don't know. I don't know if he's identified himself as a doctor or not, but What has driven him the most crazy is he is no longer allowed on the air. And I think he lived for that. I think he has, like Seth said earlier, anybody that's been a part of his life probably is he's shown this crazy trait to and has left, have abandoned him. We might have been literally his last friend, but he certainly didn't know how to treat a friend. And when we completely blacked him out, gave him the nickname Chomo Charlie, didn't even allow him to say hi and completely got rid of him. That's what's caused this. I mean, this has certainly taken it to the next level.
I would agree, man. I think the guy's crazy. I don't really have much else to say, but I love the show.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Hello, you're on the air.
Hey, Bubba. Man, the one you got to worry about is, I know we're on the Charlie thing, but one of these days, man, one of these guys is going to be crazy, not call in and give you guys a heads up and get one of you guys.
No, it's going to be me. I'm going to be killed. I'll be killed one of these days. I will be. I got way too much airtime of dealing for 40 years with dealing. I get a couple of these a year. Last year I had 2 of them with Kenneth Kimberlin and Brandon Powers. This year, 2025 doesn't disappoint, Lummy.
No, it doesn't.
We got Chomo Charlie now. So, but you're right.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about the guy that's flapping his mouth. You got to worry about the guy that follows me to Publix one day and guns me down in the parking lot.
He's just sitting in the bucket.
And it's already been proven that people can do stuff to me and get away with it.
Yep.
So, you know what? You make a great point. Thank you.
What is this point that we're gonna get killed one day?
Yeah, so we're gonna walk out. We're gonna pee in, and we're gonna.
Why haven't any of us been killed at this point? Like we've all been on the radio. We've all been on the radio quite a long time. Why are you so sure we're gonna get got?
I don't think you guys are. I think I am.
Right. You're the only one, Bubba.
Seth. Well, no. What I'm saying, Seth, is I don't think you guys are as irritating as I am. You're not the one that named him Chomo Charlie. He doesn't have a problem with you. He doesn't really have. But
you said we're not talking about Charlie. We're talking about the guy that doesn't call in. We're talking about the guy that's just going to show up and kill us one day. I'm just wondering why that's guaranteed. Why he's so confident in that.
Well, I'm not.
I'm not. For every single one of you, Seth. What I'm saying is, are you insinuating that no radio hosts get gunned down or killed by crazy fans and never saw it coming?
No, there's actually shows.
Oh, it's happened. Yes, it's happened.
And Bubba, for Bubba's show, for whatever reason, seems to draw these people in. You guys have had 3 in like 2 years.
No, I know. I mean, it could be Seth. It could be Tuttle.
Oh, man.
It could be Lummy. It wouldn't hurt Lummy.
Yeah, I'm too stupid to die.
But, it
my head would be on a swivel, and you're just blowing it off like, nah.
Well, you're a paranoid bitch, dude.
Well,
I've been doing this a long ass time, man.
I don't listen, sir. I'm not blowing it off. I got a license to carry a concealed weapon,
but this guy's a punk, man. He calls every single day. He needs the attention, just like Charlie. He wants to call and say, "We're gonna get shot." And we go, "Yeah, you're right, dude. Thanks for the call. You're right. We are going to get shot.
No,
we are in danger."
I would just be aware of it.
We are.
How, dude? What? How? How am I going to change my life? What am I going to do now? Because you called and said we could possibly get shot. How do I change things?
Do you carry?
No, he doesn't. He's not wired like that.
Well, that would be step 1.
Okay, well, I mean, you're not going to change Seth.
I would start there.
All right, I'm going to let you go because you're just irritating people. And that'd be like saying, fundamentally, do I go out and run 5 miles every day? No, and I'm never going to start. I don't know that Seth is of the mindset to be strapped. Some people are, and some people aren't. He's not. Doesn't make him a lesser person. People have the right to carry a gun or not carry a gun. He chooses not to. Does it make him a better or worse person than me or you?
When I get to the point that's a possibility,
then you need.
And now Bubba said that I'm not on the level of getting shot like him. But if Bubba's in danger of getting shot, I'm not doing this job anymore. Like, that's where it becomes something that I'm not doing. I haven't felt like it's gotten to that point at all.
I don't.
Having done this since I'm 19.
I don't feel like it's gotten to that. I think it's gotten close a few times, but I think, technology has changed that in people's ability to contact and communicate with us when the only way they had back in the day was to literally do what the guy just did and call or send a letter. You know, the most afraid I ever was came through the U.S. Postal Service. So, hello.
Hey, good morning, guys. Jay from New Orleans.
Hi, Jay. What's up, bud?
Hey, man. Well, you guys, sorry about the crazy morning you're having. You guys know what I do for a living. I can tell you 1,000% what Chomo Charlie, write that down, Chomo Charlie is doing is 1,000% illegal.
Yeah, so hold on, Jay. So you're a police officer and of law enforcement background, and you've heard now, I got 2 more minutes to play on the last phone call, and what you've heard so far, is that arrestable? I think it is.
Absolutely it is. It's called improper telephone communications in Louisiana. I'm positive Florida has a similar, if not identical, charge. It's 1,000% illegal. And if law enforcement does their job down there, he should be clinked up by the end of the day.
What he doesn't realize, Jay, is that you can dial *67 and you can run it through a different app that law enforcement, they can... You think they're the Keystone Cops and they don't have the ability to decipher through that? I mean, otherwise they would, they get threats they have to take, seriously, and they have the, so a person that dials *67 or you're not disguising your identity when you're going to make this type of behavior and leave recorded messages on voicemails. You're just not. You're not hiding from anybody. You might be Diaco Law may not have the ability to find your information, but I guarantee you the Hillsborough County Sheriff and or TPD, they have the technology to go right to Diaco Law's phone provider and get the information.
IP and pool, $10.
We have, of course, I'm not going to say it on the air, but we have plenty of ways.
Just say stuff. We got stuff.
Yes, we've got plenty of stuff. Let's just leave it at that. But he's going to get caught, guaranteed.
I hope so. And then we're done with it. Then we're done with it, because if we're not done with it, then we just continue on the same path that we're headed now, and it'll come to a boiling point, and we'll just have this same situation. I don't know how long from now. Just like Kenneth Kimberlin Lummy, we dropped that as soon as he was prosecuted. Just like the Brandon Powers deal, we dropped that.
Yes.
And Charlie probably legally will be given some type of, Jay, the state of Florida, whoever prosecutes him, they'll probably give him some type of no contact rule with us.
Correct.
And Jay and that. And if he violates that, he could get picked up and get more time.
Correct. Now it becomes a felony once you violate a protective order. So if he does that, shame on him.
Good. Jay, thank you for your insight. Yeah, go ahead.
If I may, can I please put Seth's mind at ease a little bit? I don't think he has anything to worry about. Look, buddy, it could be worse. You could be in my line of work, but I can tell you, in 25 years of law enforcement, I've never seen a radio personality gunned down, at least not here.
No, there has been. It
has been, and it's going to happen again soon, Jay, so keep your head on a swivel.
Nah, not to you, buddy. Not to you. I won't let it happen. I'll drive down there and take care of it myself, I promise.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, Jay. Have a good one.
Y'all too.
Bye now. I want to go to words so that I can finish this and close this out, because I got so many other topics to talk about. One of which I'm going to leave you with a big tease.
I can't wait.
Not only am I going to play the remaining 2 minutes left of Chomo Charlie's phone call to to J. Diaco's law firm, demanding that Dan takes himself off the show, but I got an inside Iggy of about Hogan, and it's not a good one. It's not a good one, and I might be the only person, certainly the only media outlet that has this inside information. And they may deny it, everybody might deny it, but I obtained some Hogan information last night that I think everybody, might want to pay attention to. So let me do words. I got 2 more minutes of Charlie's final voicemail to Diaco Law. Chomo Charlie, I'd be lawyering up right now if I was you, because I think you're going to get a visit. And that's all I got to say about it.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Agree that we can just randomly call people child fuckers. I'm not a child fuckers. I'd like to take a polygraph. Actually, Joseph and Daniel, I'd like for you guys to take a polygraph test. I'd like to ask you guys both questions like, have you ever Googled child porn? Have you ever masturbated to child porn? Both of you got some evil-looking eyes behind you. Or maybe it's just me. And Scott, oh, dear Lord. So listen, you guys have me on tape. I'm a nice guy. I call into radio shows. Fun. But they banned me from the Bubba Army Reddit subreddit. They don't like me there. Hey, Daniel, I'm warning you. You have 1 week to denounce this parasite. By the way, this guy, he's like a sick cuckold. He's been sued by so many people. He said, aren't you like a medical doctor? Don't women trust you to perform surgeries? Why are you with this guy? Hey, Joseph, I promise you I will fuck you legally. Professionally, where I'm not going to be sued. I will fuck you and your staff like you've never been fucked before. I won't even wear an online condom. I will go raw dog online on you fuckers. I will find out who you work for, who you work with, respectfully, and I will basically dox them. I will expose them legally. I won't do anything illegally. Hey, Daniel, just part ways with him, okay? And we can end this conversation. But if I see you on this program a week from now, hey, Daniel, I'm going to show you how you just fuck someone so hard online that I'm going to fuck you, boy. I'm going to fuck you. All right. By the way, obviously your wife divorced you for, it is what it is. Hey, Joseph, have a conversation with Daniel and Scott and just say, Daniel, we're not going to go on this show any longer. And that's fine. We'll end it at that. Okay. All right. I trust you will not make the right decision. And if you don't make the right decision, I'm going to show you how you online fuck somebody so hard. All right. But I don't want to do that. Okay, have a good day. Okay, bye.
All right, let me see. Got to find the video. There's the Caitlin. There's the Caitlin.
Oh, yeah, that was it. That was the last one. All right, that's it. Roberto. Good morning, Berto. Right.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Don't forget Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army shop and or store.com. The new soft-sided Bubba Army cooler for $23.99, which I think you can get a 12-pack in if you're just straight drinking. Otherwise, you can certainly pack one hell of a lunch and have a couple, 2 or 3 monsters in there, and I think very fairly priced at $23.99. I think we sold 60 of them. We ordered 100, and we sold 61 last night. So probably 35 or so left. Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army shop, and BubbaArmyStore.com. Thanks.
I like that up front thing that it's got the pocket where you can put like your silverware or whatever you wanted to put in the front.
Yeah, wherever. So thank you for that. And when you come over here, I'll get you one. Oh, yes. So the I don't understand, and Seth and I were talking a little about this a little bit. Him and I are probably within the show the biggest WNBA fans. And not ashamed to admit it. I was not a WNBA fan 2 years ago, but Caitlin Clark got me into being a fan. She just did. She brings a lot of excitement. She's a hell of a player. But to me, and Seth, actually, I think Seth even has one of her cards, one of her collectible cards.
Yeah.
Do you have like an Angel Reese or any other ones, or is Caitlin the only one? Do you have others, other WNBAs?
I have Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, and Paige Beckers.
Yeah, that Paige one. Hell yeah.
Is that Paige the hot blonde?
No, she was the number 1 pick this year in the draft.
Okay. And who is she playing for?
Dallas.
Is she good?
She was the number 1 pick in the draft. Yeah,
she's from UConn.
Some people think she's better than Caitlin Clark.
Oh, okay. So she's that level.
Yes.
Okay. So Caitlin Clark, in this new Beckers girl was last year's number 1. So she's probably the new Caitlin Clark. But with Caitlin Clark, the WNBA had never seen anybody really stir up and gin up the enthusiasm that she did with ticket sales to television viewership to jersey sales to Gatorade endorsements, and then there was the natural kind of you can't call it Magic Larry because Angel Reese, in my opinion, is not playing the Magic role very well. She's playing the bad guy role, and she was, I think, was she taken 6th? I know Caitlin was first. I know Angel wasn't second.
I think 7th or 8th.
Oh, yeah. So she was in that realm, and she made it, last year, made it very well known that, the league's not only built on this new enthusiasm that people have for the WNBA is not only on Caitlin Clark's back, but she is to be credited for it too. And I will tell you this, man. I mean, as much as I don't really agree with, she's kind of a bitch. She's kind of a bitch. She really is. She's kind of a bitch. But guess what? She's pretty hot. Like, I find her more attractive than Caitlin Clark. So I can't understand. The WNBA is finally is well on its way to probably establishing itself. More girls are in. Well, hell, I'm a nearly 60-year-old man, and Seth's a 40-year-old man, and we're into the WNBA. I mean, those are 2 demographics that you never had before: 40 and 60-year-old men. Now that trickles on down to to little Sammy, and that trickles on down to girls that maybe went more eyeballs on girls basketball. Only makes girls basketball stronger all across the board. And so I don't understand, lightning in a bottle, this type of athlete only is generational, only comes, probably the last, well, first of all, nobody in the WNBA has ever had that it factor like Caitlin Clark did last year with the number 1 overall pick out of Iowa that went to Indiana, and now obviously we're speaking about her, and she's doing great things. But with football, Caleb Williams, and if you look at all the overall number one draft picks, there are some that come around occasionally that change the game. This Caitlin Clark, in my opinion, was the first female to change the game of the WNBA.
They call it generational talent.
There you go. And wasn't the last guy from like Wemby wasn't he supposed to be that?
Yes.
Wemby.
Yes.
Right. So generational talent, and I don't know because I don't know the league that well, but was Cheryl Swoops or Brittany Griner, were any of those ever labeled as such, or were they just good players that were getting drafted?
There's been a lot of great female basketball players, but none of them had the hype that Caitlin Clark did coming out of college, and none of them were shooting half-court three-pointers 3 times a game and nailing them in front of sold-out crowds. So, I mean, there have been great, female basketball players, but no one that's moved the needle like Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, like, when Cheryl Swoops was going to play a team, they didn't have to go to the NBA facility to be able to handle ticket sales. They were able to stay in that 3,500 to 4,500 arena that they were, that they played in. When Caitlin Clark came to the league, now the Fever are playing at where the Pacers play. And again, that's what Seth and everybody calls generational talent. Now, WNBA, as a sanctioning body, that's what is absolutely the biggest gift of all. If when you get generational talent to come play in your sanctioning body, it's a win-win for everybody. It's a win-win for the local team. It's a win-win for the league. It's a win-win. It puts more eyeballs on that sport. Better television deals, better viewership, better attendance. And I don't understand why the women that compete against Caitlin Clark have so much animosity to her, and they cannot globally look at this by saying this woman has done more for our sport than any woman prior. And there's been some really good, like, again, I mentioned Cheryl Swoops. I think she was one of the very first. Wasn't Reggie Miller's sister, Cheryl Miller?
Cheryl Miller, Sue Bird, Nancy Lieberman.
Yeah, I mean,
Rebecca Lobo.
So there's been. Well, I'm sorry. Well, let me.
Rebecca Lobo.
Yeah, there's been really good talent that's come to the WNBA. None of which had and did what Caitlin Clark did. Now, Caitlin Clark first came in and had not proved herself, and now a year and a quarter into her career, and she's the real deal. She put 17,000 asses in the seat. She gets viewership times 3, and she can put in 32 for. She can score a triple double at any time. Not at any time, but it's not odd for her to throw. The biggest accomplishment in basketball, men's or women's, I think the greatest statistic of overall studness is the very elusive triple double. Am I not right? Like that's
They used to be a lot harder to get, but yes.
Yeah. That's double figures in 3 categories, and that's scoring, rebound, and assist. Used to be harder to get when guys didn't shoot as much or didn't hang out around the rim, but she can get you a triple double on any given night. I don't understand why the WNBA as a sanctioning body is not sticking up for her more, and why they virtually, in my opinion, are allowing her to be accosted and flagrantly fouled. And just now, maybe I'll give the people who don't agree with me, I will give that she's a little bit of a flopper. She's a little bit of a flopper, but the flops that she takes aren't from lack of contact. She's getting contacted. They're beating her up. They're putting hands on her. And she is your number 1 times a lot commodity you have in your league. When she was scheduled to play a team a few weeks ago, tickets were going for $85. When she had a lower body injury, which a strained quadricep or something like that, I think Seth said tickets went down to $5 and $8.
Yes, the whole league tanked.
Yeah, so like there's nothing left to prove that Caitlin Clark is the golden goose. And at first, wrongfully, I thought it was a racial thing. Brittany Griner called her a stupid white girl, stupid white bitch. Angel Reese has had all kinds of issues with her, and I thought that was selfishly, black female athletes that didn't like a white girl getting all the attention. And now it doesn't seem like it's just a black and white thing. It seems like she's getting hard fouled flagrantly by everybody. White, black, Chinese, Latin. And the league is allowing it. What happens when she breaks an ankle? What happens when she, And so last night, I think this is from last night.
Yes, yeah.
She was playing, was it Phoenix? Or I don't know who they were playing. It was Phoenix? Yes. Yeah, they were playing Phoenix. And this is the series of events that went down.
Watch when Caitlin Clark is trying to create some space.
So she gets hit right there in the face.
Caitlin Clark is trying to create some space. It looked like she just got hit in the eye there.
Ooh, and Marina Mabry.
So, I just don't get it. So she gets hit in the face.
Create some space.
So now at this point, you've got hit in the face by this girl that was guarding you, and that was probably an accident. So this bitch, what does she do, this blonde-haired ponytail bitch? Rather than to go up to her and say, hey, didn't mean to, or not even approach or chest bump her, she doubles down and does a chest bump on her, and then Caitlin kind of ping-pongs around, and then this big girl right here hits her and knocks her down to the ground.
It looked like the black girl knocked her to the ground.
I'm sorry, the black girl did. So here's the girl that did the initial flagrant foul.
Caitlin Clark is trying to
Boom. Now at this point, if you didn't mean to do that, or you're not trying to be Johnny Badass, you just back away. You just back away and let her figure out her little injury to her nose, or however you hit her. You don't go up and be Johnny Badass and chest bump her, and then have your teammate come down and double down and push her down to the ground.
Create some space. It looked like she just got hit in the eye there.
Ooh, and Marina Mabry. I missed that one, Edona.
Oh, I missed that one too.
And here's the thing. My question is, why are they allowing this? Why isn't, I don't know who the commissioner of the WNBA is. I know, is it Adam Silver for
No, it's a female.
Okay. But I'm saying, isn't Adam Silver the one for the NBA?
Yes.
Okay. Who looks like Dr. Evil from Austin Powers?
People say he looks like is it Skeletor?
Yes.
Rick Scott, alien.
Rick Scott.
Yeah,
Rick
there's
Scott.
a lot going on
He
there.
looks just like Rick Scott with an alien kicker.
Catherine Engelbert is.
Mabry, I missed that one.
Is she white, black?
She's a white lady.
Dona.
Oh, I missed that one too.
All right, so she gets hit. The first problem is this bitch rolls up and chest bump her like, yeah.
No, it was a white girl.
Yeah, so you know what? It wasn't the black girl.
No.
It was it was the thick white girl that I first said.
Oh, wow.
Watch.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I don't know why both of those didn't get technicals and thrown out of the game. Because you keep allowing this, and you're not going to have her left. She's not going to be around.
Did you?
Go ahead,
Seth. No, I was going to say, did you see the clip, Seth, where Sophie Cunningham, now that the teammates are enforcing payback, because that chick that hit Caitlin in the face, she went up for a layup, and Sophie Cunningham tackled her when she was in midair.
Yeah, I think Bubba actually has that clip.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
I'm going to play it next. I do have it. Thank you.
It looked like Caitlin got hit hard, both by Jacy Sheldon and Marina.
I don't know why the WNBA commissioner doesn't have I'm sure they probably have Seth, a person that is in charge of, like, you don't have to have a meeting with all referees. You can probably have the president of referees. There's a person that probably runs the referee division.
Yes.
You could get that person in my office immediately and say, listen, I'm not trying to give her a pass. I'm not trying to, make her, you can't touch her. But this flagrant stuff that's going on with Caitlin Clark is going to stop. And we're going to start handing out technicals, and we're going to start throwing people out of the game. And you know what? If Caitlin participates in it and rough foul, she's going to get thrown out too. But we're not going to let this NBA be full of a bunch of thugs acting like a bunch of, and I forget which sportscaster said is they're acting like a bunch of dudes, fighting like a bunch of dudes. And like,
these girls can still have a competitive spirit, or women can.
I agree. But when you're screwing with the golden goose that has saved your sanctioning body, and you're not even enforcing the rules, then we have a problem. Let me give me 4 different clips, right?
Caitlin Clark.
Do you think, Seth, that maybe within the WNBA players' world, it's a badge of honor? It seems like they've made it now kind of a badge of honor to rough her up.
I think they're playing physical. I think they're trying to get under her skin. I think they're trying to get her off her game. I mean, she does react a lot whenever she is fouled or whenever something does happen. Maybe that's the only way to stop her. But I mean, I see this as kind of, what the Pistons did to the Bulls for a little while back in the day until they got over that hump. I think in a little while, Caitlin Clark will be a veteran. She'll be completely running the league from a perspective of how great she is and with the tenure that she has. And I think they're going to continue to try to play her physical, but I don't think these dust-ups are going to be happening as much in the future.
If you watch Jordan, he says that he transformed his game when they couldn't get by the Pistons. He went in the weight room. He said he totally changed up.
10-point lead for the...
And it made him a better player.
Caitlin Clark shouldn't have to go to the weight room and change anything on being protected as a player and not flagrantly fouled every game she plays. Now, flagrant fouls happen. It's part of the game. Fouls happen. It's part of the game. But it seems like to me, people, it's just this ongoing Iggy where all these, what they're acting like? A bunch of, maybe men don't act this way, like a bunch of jealous bitches, and a man will judge a white or a black man for his ability and how he plays you straight up instead of all these men getting together and saying, hey, we're taking out Kobe tonight, because he's the star. We're taking him. No, I don't think men think like that because they're not a bunch of, women are wired differently. And I think these are a bunch of catty bitches.
If you're standing on the court mad and jealous that you're playing in front of a sellout crowd, because of what one of your opponents brought to the league, you're probably not in the right headspace to be out there in the first place.
I agree. And I think that there are some women in that headspace.
Sheldon's face, Caitlin Clark hits the deck. Big Ten against Big Ten, Ohio State and Iowa. Both in the same draft class last year.
It is getting spicy in Indiana.
And
they love it, Bubba. The WNBA has got to embrace it. Look at that, we're breaking it down.
I mean, you're right.
I mean, they got to be.
I mean, you're right. We probably wouldn't be breaking this game down had this not happened.
We're talking about
I'm just afraid that it's just not fair to the person that's doing all the work, the person who all of this wave of enthusiasm is ridden on her back single-handedly. They potentially are trying to run out of the league or hurt her.
That has been Jacy Sheldon and Caitlin Clark just going at it all game. Watch when Caitlin Clark is trying to create some space. It looked like she just got hit in the eye there.
Ooh, and Marina Mayfield.
See, and so the Marina Mayfield, I mean, that push, Seth, would you agree, that should be punishable?
Yeah, that was not, that needs to be a flagrant.
I missed that one, Edona.
Can you tell me how it was called?
Oh, I missed that one too.
chest bump in the real world.
Yeah, it looked like Caitlin got hit hard, both by Jacy Sheldon and Marina May.
Let me. Are these all different? You know why? Because they're getting their ass kicked by 20.
Is this
because you're getting your ass kicked by 20?
Is this the teammate everybody wants to bang, Lummy? Sophie Cunningham?
Yeah, had it knocked away. Good hands by Allen.
Yeah.
Golson had it knocked away.
On the last clip, everybody wants to bang her.
I don't know if she's on. I don't know if she's on the floor now. There was.
And Sheldon comes up with
she is. Okay.
Lummy, is this where they get Bill Lambier and payback?
Yeah.
Hell yeah!
You can't have suspensions.
I saw they won, and I saw that it was a physical game. I didn't see all the details, but I'm riveted, man.
Yeah,
I love it.
I'm just afraid that they're just.
She'll be okay, man. She's had it her whole life. She's always been the best player on every level. She's been on every team, and teams are always going to come after her. Yeah, you don't want to see anybody like of that stature ever hit the floor or anything like that. But she seems to handle it well.
Yeah, and they're on fire right now too. By the way, the Panthers back to back. Last time that happened was with the Tampa Bay Lightning. The Panthers beat Edmonton last night in 6 to win back-to-back Stanley Cup champions, and I think they've won 2 out of the last 3, have they not?
They were 2 in a row. Yeah,
2 in a row. Here's the locker room. And I was reading, man, where they're poised, like they're stacked. Their general manager, I don't know if Marchand's coming back or not, but Marchand, a lot of free. I was talking to a person. Well, Brooke Hogan's husband spent a little bit of time in the league, and he said his name's Steve. I talked to him a few days ago, and he's like, there's been a shift in the mentality of the NHL. Back in the day, 15 years ago, it was a death sentence for you to be traded to the Lightning or the Panthers. It was just, oh God, it's Florida. There's no tradition. You would always want to be part of either like the.
Well, hockey doesn't. A lot of people still don't think hockey should be in the South.
Yeah, but he's like, as a player, you would always the coveted original OGs, the Blackhawks, the Red Wings, the Bruins,
the original 6.
Yeah, that was as a player you were going to a team that had a history of dating back to when the league was formed, and that's where you'd want to go. He goes, but there's been a switch amongst free agency mentality where I can go to Florida. That's where, I don't know, 7 of the last 10 Stanley Cups have been won. I can go to practice. This is what he said. I can pay no state taxes. There's no state taxes, so the $4 million that I'm making in Pittsburgh goes way farther in Tampa and in Miami than it does anywhere else because there's no state taxes. And then he said the other is, he goes, most hockey players love to golf, or God, almost every hockey player I know likes to golf. He goes, we can go to practice, and when practice lets out at 2:00, we can go play 9 holes. And the mentality is now, I want to go to Florida. Florida is no longer the wasteland of free agency. It's now where everybody wants to go. He said the junior hockey is better than it's ever been down here. And, like Florida is where free agents want to go. And it never used to be like that. It was your death sentence. Oh, God, you're getting sent to the Lightning. You're getting sent to the Panthers. I mean, there were 15 years where the Lightning were horrible.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, horrible. And the same with the Panthers. I think my buddy Steve said he had a friend that lived in Miami when the Panthers first started, and they were horrible. They had a family 4-pack, Lummy, that for $88 you could get 4 tickets to the game, 4 hot dogs and 4 sodas for $88.
Wow.
Back when they first, were like 2 or 3 years past expansion and couldn't get anybody in. Like, there would be literally 4,100 people at the game. And the only people that would go to the game was the opposing team fans that traveled to Miami or lived in Miami. The Detroit Red Wings has obviously a sleeper cell of fans in Miami. The Chicago Blackhawks, the original OGs, and you would look up and there would be 7,000 of those and 3,000 Panther fans. So the Panthers won the Stanley Cup back to back.
And so Corey Perry, it was on the Edmonton Oilers, the team they beat 2 years in a row, and he has been on the losing team of the Stanley Cup 5 out of the last 6 years.
You're kidding me.
So 5 out of the last 6 years, his year has ended losing the Stanley Cup.
Oh,
and 2 of those were one of those with the Lightning.
Yeah, I have to go to therapy for that.
I know.
My God.
He's trying. At least he's getting to the dance.
Well, I don't know if it's better just to lose in the regular season.
I'd rather get beat in the Eastern Conference Finals than to get beat at the finals, wouldn't you?
Yeah. You might as well ask Jim Kelly how that one feels.
Yeah, the Bills. I mean, that had to be horrible for Jim Kelly.
Oh my God, went 4 years back to back to the Super Bowl and got beat every year.
That's like almost impossible to do when you reflect on it.
Statistically, you're right.
To not even just kind of waltz into one sort of victory.
And he's such a good quarterback too. You don't think of him as like a great quarterback.
Thurman Thomas, and he had the team.
Yeah,
Don Beebe.
Well, we're always going to remember because it was in Tampa when they went wide right or whatever it was. So.
Right, with Whitney Houston singing the national anthem.
That's right.
Now Lummy's been proven that she voice tracked it.
Yes.
All right, when I return, I'll do the deep tease with Hogan next. You're gonna want to. I'm gonna probably be the only person that says this, but it might really stir up a bunch of reporters asking a bunch of questions today or doing some research based on what I'm going to say next about Hulk Hogan.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Oh, I could too.
What was that movie, Road Trip, with the skinny guy? Where you hooked up the big...
we went to the fraternity.
Yeah.
Yeah, Road Trip.
The voluptuous black woman.
And he took her panties, and it was... She told a cheetah. They told a cheetah.
Oh, man.
What's up, John Costica? Paper Towel Willie on the Bubba Army Tips. Corn Pop.
Oh, man.
What's up, Dirk?
What's up, Pow Pow? Yeah, Nats fan. The Lightning visit every single school in the Bay Area about every year. They give out hockey sticks and balls to every kid. They have programs dedicated just to that with former Lightning players that run it. The only thing about hockey is it's so expensive.
Yeah, I'm trying to get Walker out of one of the...
Oh my God, it's so expensive. And now what you don't understand is after high school, you got to enter into, even before you go to college, you enter into this league hockey deal.
What's up, Jay Bowler?
So Seth, when you graduate high school, before you can even go to Division I hockey, they expect you to do like 2 or 3 years of this junior league stuff.
Yeah.
And it's $13,000 a year that your parents have to pay before Michigan State or Notre Dame or Minnesota will even look at you.
Isn't that kind of like...
I mean, it's like racing. It's fucking...
Well,
what's up, Travis?
It's pay to play.
I think Big Red said like the travel ball for baseballs. Like
everything's getting to be that way.
Yeah, it's like 10 to 15,000. You have to play travel ball these days.
Is that a lot, Reagan? It feels like a lot. There you go, Berto. Judo camp. What do you need in judo? You just need the robe, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I could see Philly doing that. I wonder if they bring what's it, Gritty? I wonder if they bring Gritty to the schools. Well, from doing all those block party interviews, it was honestly every single player. The players were the ones that said how expensive hockey is. That's when I knew it was. That's when I knew it was expensive, when hockey guys were telling you.
Jennifer Anderson in Rumble says she's a hockey mom with 2 boys, and last season it cost them $40,000.
Yep, so I'm right. So what like I said.
Oh, that is good, Reagan.
What sport doesn't cost a lot of money?
Basketball. Judo. I buy mine online, Sco. Sometimes I'll go to the shop and buy some if I want a little get $5 or $10 off. But for hobby boxes, I shop online and find the best price. Tournaments every 6 months that cost $800 for judo? No, that's for judo.
What, to win? You have to win that?
No, you gotta pay.
Yeah, but they got like little league still for baseball, right? And judo, you can like just go fight random kids.
Save the 800.
Yeah.
We're gonna sign for baseball, and you're gonna do your judo on the kids. That's fucking brilliant.
Perfect. Seth, we should start a league.
I kind of think there's something there. Maybe it's just a comedy bit, but there's something.
Soccer referee, Fred? Yeah, just give him a soccer ball.
Pirate ship.
Morning, James.
I'm on it. I got a couple things to get rid of today, or to ship out today, not get rid of. $62 a week? Travis, I still think they're hosing you, man. What are you paying for? The referee? What's up, James?
No, creatine's funny. Good morning, James Lambert.
I still think half the guys that make it to MLB started off playing with just like a fucking stick ball.
Exactly.
Nats fan, you don't know I got a story with Davey Martinez. I don't know if you ever heard it. I went to ask for his autograph back when he played for the White Sox here, and he was in spring training, and he told me no. I talked about it on the radio.
Little Davey Martinez did?
Yeah, and so like 20 years later, my producer booked him to come in to our show, and he apologized and gave me a jersey and autographed it. Yeah. It was so stupid, but it was just kind of a funny little full circle moment.
He wasn't even like a superstar with the White Sox.
I did Hunter. It was like 350. He wasn't a superstar at all.
I know what I'm saying.
He was a...
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. Again, thanks for all the support. BubbaArmyTips.com. You can go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. 2 different levels of subscription there. One where you stream anything that we've ever done or have available, or the other where you download it and you got it on your device to play at will. Again, Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, at the Bubba Army. Appreciate you. Did you? I loved. I forget who sent this to me, either Seth or Lummy, but Arnold Schwarzenegger was on The View.
Oh yeah,
yesterday.
He made them look.
Oh, he completely owned them, and they were
What's
all.
he selling, by the way? What's it?
I don't know.
He's got to be.
I don't know. Is he pushing something?
Well, people think he might be, and I mean, this is just probably people speculating, but a governor run again in 2026.
Is that legal?
I thought he
because he was a 2-termer.
But I thought he only served a certain amount of time.
You know what? I think the first term it was like that. They impeached the Brown guy, and I think that maybe Arnold only got like 2 years in, and then his second term was a full term. So maybe there's a law where if you don't complete a full term or you take over somebody's term, you're allowed another full term. Maybe. I think California needs him. I think California was probably never at its healthiest since he's been governor. I mean, I know that he would stop all this woke ass, just the problems potentially that California have. I'm not going to sit here and break it down and call it. I think he could maybe shape up California a little bit, because I think, in my opinion, California's a mess. It's an absolute mess.
Have you seen all the questions he's getting asked on the red carpet and stuff, asking about his son's penis?
No.
Because his son was naked.
You must look at different red carpet footage than we do. Because I don't know that Seth and I have seen those interviews.
That's a hell of a question to get off on the red carpet, by the way.
No, because is he answering them?
Yeah.
What are the questions?
Just,
what are they saying to him?
Well, asking, did you watch your son's full frontal nude scene in White Lotus?
Oh, okay.
So his son.
Did you see it? Did you see it, Tuttle?
Oh, dude, it's pretty impressive. And I mean, the guy's got a great body, man.
I don't know. I don't even know. I think I watched White Lotus, but I think I don't know if I didn't see that scene or I don't remember it.
Or if there's you'd remember a great dude body, Bubba.
Is this the one that came out of the house cleaner or the other son?
This was
this is probably the house cleaner.
Season. Yeah.
I think this is the Consuela house cleaner. I think this was the maid.
Oh.
Was she a nanny or a maid? Remember Arnold got caught blasting the help.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it was the nanny or the maid. I think it was the maid, and he got caught blasting her and had a son by her, and for like the first 13 years, they were able to kayfabe it.
I don't know how. The kid looked just like him.
Like the kid, the maid started bringing the kid around, and Maria Shriver's like, listen, you know what? That kid looks just like you. And I think she may have demanded a DNA test or something like that. I think it was all very adversarial.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Tom Arnold tells a story. No, like he was bringing the kid around when he was a little kid, and then when he started looking like him, Tom Arnold even went to Arnold and goes, "Hey, that kid looks exactly like you."
So
did
Arnold just think that he was taking the maid's kid around and doing something nice, or did he really know that was his kid?
I think he knew it was his kid. He claims he did.
And here's the thing, man. You ruined the whole. You were a Kennedy. He was married to Maria Shriver. She's a Kennedy. You were in the Kennedy clan.
Oh, and it looks like the one that's in White Lotus is not the maid's kid.
That's really his. That's a son he had with Shriver.
Yeah.
Okay.
But dude, would you want to answer questions on red carpet? Like people were like, were you impressed by your son's full frontal nude scene?
I would say you know what? That is not cool. And I would turn.
You wouldn't.
I would. Yes, I would. I would turn. I would turn the question back around and said, "How would you like me to ask a question about your son's penis? But have you seen your son's penis?"
Tell us get us down a weird road.
And they would say probably, "Well, my son's not an actor."
Yeah, that's the thing. If your son
throws out his penis like your son does,
if your son's doing that kind of work, I mean, you're gonna see it. I mean, you're gonna go see his movie. You're gonna watch his TV show. So I mean, it's not like you're gonna not see it. I can understand not answering, but you're an honest man.
How many famous?
My son's a race car driver and doesn't even talk to me, so I don't think I have to ever comment on his penis.
But as a kid, and you got a mom actress that does like topless scenes in movies and everything, do you get screwed with? And would you watch your mom's movies?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't really know that question.
I don't think you watch your mom's movies.
I'd watch them, but I would definitely have the timestamp of when the nude scenes were to make sure I could fast forward through them.
Here's the thing. I don't know what The View is having Arnold on for.
He might be doing a new series on Netflix or something like that.
I think he is doing kind of
FUBAR?
Yeah, FUBAR.
Is that the series he's doing?
Yeah.
Yes.
And is it like a follow Arnold around in his day-to-day operation? Is it like a reality deal? Or is it a show called FUBAR and he's in it?
Okay, here we go. I got you. It's an American action comedy, stars Arnold Schwarzenegger, scripted live action television series.
I also sent you him talking to his son about his naked screen on White Lotus.
So this is Arnold
talking
actually
to his son about it.
Ashley talking to his son about the naked scene. All right,
with your butt sticking. I'm watching your show and I'm watching you with your butt sticking out there. And all of a sudden I see the weenie. And I said to myself, what is going on here? I mean, this is crazy. And then I said to myself,
listen, I've not heard his. I mean, I still
called it a weenie, dude. He's not losing after that.
Here's the deal. I actually think that making it a laughing, jovial type deal is the way to play it. And I think he's playing it perfect. Like, I think, let me go ahead and start from the start again, Lemmy, because I didn't have it fully maximized and the volume up. But I think getting ahead of it, Seth, and making it kind of this way.
What is a funny thing? Yeah, I mean, it's not.
I think this is the way to handle it.
I'm watching your show and I'm watching you with your butt sticking out there. And all of a sudden I see the weenie. And I said to myself, what is going on here? I mean, this is crazy. And then I said to myself, well, Arnold, hello.
God, the weenie,
you did the same thing in Conan and in Terminator and all of those films. You were naked, so don't complain about it. But it was kind of like a shock to me that you would follow my footsteps that closely.
But nobody ever tells you to go watch the Terminator.
Yeah, I know, but it was arguably a very, very, very popular. I mean, it grossed like $1 billion. So chances are that if your dad's the star of the Terminator, you're probably gonna watch it. I don't know.
I just didn't know he was getting nude back in the day.
Remember when he gets sent back in time
in the beginning?
It has no clothes on.
Oh, wow. So this is The View.
I'll send it to you, son.
And they are, having Arnold on to talk about this new. Is it on Hulu? Is it on
Netflix?
Okay, it's on Netflix, and it's called Fubar, right?
Yes.
And it's an action series kind of deal, and he's the star of it.
Yeah.
And he's probably promoting it and things like that, and then they get into. Adam Wiley. Thank you on the PayPal. Thank you, Adam.
Yes, it's a man and his daughter don't know, but they're both CIA. They're both in the CIA.
And is the man Arnold and the daughter some other actress?
The dad is Arnold, yes.
Okay. So he's on The View, and these yentas, are thinking that they're going to get Arnold to potentially co-sign with this immigration, like this anti-immigration sentiment that we have here, especially from California. He, not most recently, but he was at one time a 2-time governor of California, and that's where it seems to be the majority of the heat of this immigration policy is coming from. That's where most of the protests have come from. That's where, most of the violent, burning down of cars, throwing bricks through Homeland Security vehicles. Most of the protesting has come. A lot of the, violent or not so peaceful protesting has come. Immigration, ICE, deportation protesting has come from his state. And they think that, and the other thing is, he's an immigrant. He is an immigrant. And so I think The View really didn't potentially think it was going to go this way. I saw Whoopi just sitting there, and that bitch never just sits there. Her or Joy Behar, they always have some kind of smart-ass nonsense to talk about.
Do they have to get political? Is that their show?
I think they do.
Oh, man.
I think they do. And I think they try to find people that will softball their beliefs. I think. And I think what they hate, this is just my opinion, I think what they hate more than anything is for a guy like Arnold to flip the script on him. Because Arnold's just isn't some buddy that can potentially, listen, collectively The View has got a pretty, strong group of women, and not a lot of people can stand up to them. It's 5 versus 1, 4 versus 1. I don't know what it is,
I think there was 5 on there.
Yeah, I mean, they're you're heavily outnumbered, and when and most people don't roll up into The View with the star power that Arnold's got. So they don't have some congresswoman from Indiana there that they can all blow up on. They got arguably one of the greatest actors. I don't even know what his box office number is, but he's well into the billions. He also is political, and so he has, he's kind of a very powerful and expert guest that you're having on, not only on the Hollywood scene, but also on the political scene, as he was a governor. So he has very much a expert opinion, and let's not forget he checks all the boxes. He's a star. He's from California. And he's the former governor of California. So and the fourth box, he was an immigrant. I don't know that if there's anybody more qualified to have an expert opinion about immigration than Arnold Schwarzenegger. Take what Donald Trump says, take what Bill Clinton ruled, take what Barack Obama had to say, and throw that all away. The person that actually was in politics in the state that has the most immigration and was an immigrant himself, and they often say the only thing that he was so well liked and did such a good job in California that the only thing that kept Arnold from the White House was the fact that there's a rule that the president has to be born in America. And that stopped him from being the president because they were fast tracking him up the Republican line, and they knew they couldn't go any further than governor. Maybe maybe U.S. senator, U.S. congressman. I can see potentially that, but he could never be the president because he was born in Austria. So this guy checks all the boxes, and I don't think that the View bitches got the answer they wanted.
I'm so proud and happy that I was embraced by the American people like that. I mean, imagine I came over here with the age of 21. With absolutely nothing.
And by the way, he's got him right now, Seth. You can see he's got him in the palm of his hand because they don't know where it's going. So
they're leaning in.
Oh yeah, they're leaning in. They're like, oh yeah, say it, buddy.
And then to create a career like that, I mean, in no other country in the world could you do that. Yeah. Every single thing, if it's my bodybuilding career, if it's my acting career, becoming governor, the beautiful family that I've created. All of this is because of America. But the key thing also is at the same time that we got to do things legal. That is the important thing, So you got to do things legal. And those people that are doing illegal things in America and that are foreigners, they are not smart. Because when you come to America, you're a guest. And you have to behave like a guest.
And he went on further to say, if you're the guest in somebody's house, you make your bed and you're a good guest. And, they follow the rules. You follow the rules. And he went on to say on the longer version, that he signed up and did it the right way. And they weren't having it. They were not having it at all. And Joy Behar and Whoopi, who are the two loudmouths, just sat there. Because how do you argue with that? This guy did it. He did it to the absolute nth degree. He was an immigrant. He came to the country. He came to our country as a guest. He followed the rules. He filled the paperwork out. He followed the rules of immigration, and then went on to be arguably, one of the most powerful actors and a two-time governor. That's a mic drop right there, buddy. So here's the information I'm getting on Hogan. Let me play this. A lot of people said that after he did a surprise appearance on Fox announcing that he was going to do this new freestyle, shoot-style wrestling affiliation with Eric Bischoff, where it's not pro wrestling, it's more like high school folk-style wrestling, where people, after you have competed on the highest level of the NCAAs or the Olympic trials or the Olympics, that you have another avenue to go professionally. And, that's basically what this federation is. It's not pro wrestling. It's not jiu-jitsu. It's not UFC. It's not WWE. It's, folk style, which I don't know how many people are interested in that. You know what I'm saying? Listen, maybe, every show better be in Iowa. Iowa, Nebraska, Oklahoma, very much cities and states that are huge on amateur, collegiate, and high school folk style, freestyle wrestling. But I don't know how you can glitz and glamour that up to the point where you got multi-million-dollar WWE sets and UFC sets. I don't know that if there's an audience for that. I can ask Seth, hey, Seth, you going to take little Sammy to Monday Night Raw this, and he's like, yeah. because it's a entertaining event, and there's stars, and there's pageantry, and there's pyro, and there's a good guy, and there's a bad guy, and I've watched these people on TV for however long, and now they're coming to my city, and I'm going. But I don't know if you can go to Seth and say, hey, Seth, there's these two guys that wrestled. One wrestled in Nebraska and one wrestled in Michigan. And after their collegiate careers are over, they're now doing this wrestling gimmick down at Emily. I don't know why, what the hell, but you want to go? I'm good. Yeah, I was like, I don't want to see that.
The only person that would be there would be Brendan the Quad.
Brendan the Quad should be the commissioner.
Do we get storylines?
Supposedly they're going to do storylines.
Yeah, but like, how do you do a story? I'm going to tell you right now what I'm going to do. Is I'm going to do a switch and do a single leg, and I'm going to get you, buddy. Like, I mean, there's no ladder matches. There's no money in the bank. Listen, with WWE comes gimmickry, and there's blade jobs, and there's chair jobs, and there's table jobs, and there's just, it's a whole big program. I don't know how much of an entertaining program you can put on freestyle wrestling. You're either going to beat the guy or you're not going to beat the guy. But you're not going to be able to throw him through a table. You're not going to get juice. You're not going to be able to cut a promo.
I mean, I think they're probably trying to find the next slap fighting. I don't think there's.
I think so too.
I don't know if.
I know there's an audience.
I think we're good on sports right now.
I do too. So as he was in New York promoting this with Eric Bischoff, people were questioning his health.
Guys are ready.
Hulk Hogan was sporting a changed-up look fans who were around in the 90s definitely recognized when he appeared on Fox and Friends on May 1st. Let's just say it had heel turn vibes. The Hulkster was on the show with former WCW president Eric Bischoff to talk about their new freestyle wrestling league. More on that in a minute, but what really caught viewers' attention was Hogan's spin on his classic style. A blonde handlebar mustache and a band.
Oh, and people, these must not be people that realize that when Hogan went NWO, he always went with a darker beard. This look is not brand new. This is his NWO look. This is his heel look. And I don't know why he decided to go that route while announcing a new wrestling federation. I don't know why that, but doesn't mean anything. Him painting and he used to use women's mascara. I don't know if this is a little insider. He uses women's mascara to paint on the black gimmick.
Dana over his signature skullet. The Hulkster's stubble around his mustache was dyed black. That, along with some carefully selected screenshots of the former champ looking a little bug-eyed, had people on X saying things like, Hulk Hogan looks like he's gonna steal your catalytic converter. Hulk Hogan looks like he sells copper wire he takes from streetlights.
Calling him like a crackhead-looking dude.
Another commenter who watched the interview simply said, OMG, goodness, yikes. Yet another compared him to a Woolly Willy, the toy where you can put different beards on a drawing of a face.
Hey! Oh, relax, Woolly Willy.
The look may have surprised some, but longtime
I don't need the
Family Guy.
Fans know the dyed black stubble was a key component of Hogan's Hollywood Hogan persona, back when he was the leader of the NWO in WCW. Hogan had been wrestling's top babyface for well over a decade when he shockingly turned heel to form the faction alongside Scott Hall and Kevin Nash.
By the way, I got my Kevin Nash click shirt on today.
Yeah, looking good.
Yeah, that's his podcast.
Bash at the Beach 1996. For fans who weren't around back then, it was pretty similar to John Cena's recent heel turn after being a babyface for so long. Hogan clearly wanted to have a different look as a heel while still recognizably being the megastar he'd become back in the early 80s. So he kept the handlebar mustache, but started dressing in all black and white. He also started dyeing everything in his beard but the blonde mustache black. Hogan spent plenty of ring time alongside Bischoff sporting that look. So why bring back a modified version of that look now? One guess is that he's leaning into the crowd reaction. The Hulkster was infamously booed out of the building on the Netflix premiere of Raw in Los Angeles on January 6th.
Look at Jimmy looking like, how can this be? Terry, how can they hate you so bad? What's going on? You guys ain't supposed to be booing. This is Hulk Hogan right here. We got new beer going on. We're in California, celebrating Netflix. Terry, they're booing you. We gotta get the hell out of here.
Dancing night away, yay!
Dancing night away!
So maybe
keep on dancing.
He's Hollywood in real life now? Notably, the promo videos for Hogan's new wrestling league strongly resemble the black and white NWO promos from WCW Monday Nitro. They even reference some old catchphrases.
You know who I am, but you don't know why he's here.
What's interesting is that Hogan's had plenty of opportunities to lean into a real-life heel turn before this. His marriage to his first wife Linda ended in 2009 after he allegedly had an affair with his daughter Brooke's best friend. In 2012, portions of a sex tape involving the wife of a longtime friend of
And let's not forget this, man. Before the sex tape, he had an affair with one of Brooke's backup dancers. That's what started the divorce. People forget that, and she was like 22 years old.
Damn. 3 years later, another part of the tape emerged in which Hogan used racial slurs, leading to him temporarily being removed from the WWE Hall of Fame.
And let's not forget who released all that.
I never should have said what I said. It was wrong. I'm embarrassed by it.
So,
me too.
Again, why now? It could be that he just thinks it'll get people to pay attention while he touts some new business ventures. He's been hyping up his beer brand, Real American Beer, for about a year now, but there's more on the way. 2 Instagram videos from the day before his Fox & Friends appearance show off his work-in-progress New York City bar just across from Madison Square Garden.
By the way, he has to have a walking stick now.
Hulk Hogan Scores Sports Bar.
Much like Moses.
And then there's the Wrestling League with Bischoff, Real American Freestyle. Hogan says it's a professional version of amateur wrestling, not professional wrestling.
It's freestyle wrestling, and it's professional now because we get to pay the athletes.
The Associated Press reports that its first event is scheduled for August 30th in Cleveland. Hogan will serve as the commissioner while Bischoff is chief media officer.
So, I'll tell you this. If you did some sniffing around, you might find him at a hospital near you.
Oh, no.
And it's not good. I got some pretty reliable information last night that there are phone calls being made to various family members about getting to town to come say your goodbyes.
Oh.
I don't know.
Have you been invited?
Well, of course, I'll be the line. No.
Oh, of course you're going to be. Oh.
Of course, since I'm top of the list of not getting in.
What if he does want to forgive you on his deathbed, though? That would mean a lot to you.
I mean, I have to run it by Seth.
What? Yeah, no.
Seth,
he doesn't have your new number.
He didn't have my new number.
Yeah.
He can get a hold of me. But, so, listen, I don't know this to be true. Rumor has it. Word on the street.
Well, how reliable are your sources? I mean,
pretty damn reliable, but I still want to frame it, Seth, in case he got discharged last night at midnight, and I've not been able to talk to my sources, since yesterday. 6 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
So my sources are that, and I don't know it to be true. Rumor has it. Allegedly, Hogan is in the hospital, and I've heard people say that he might not make it.
Oh.
And I don't know if this is going to create. It should create a feeding frenzy amongst reporters in the wrestling industry and maybe even in pop culture to check this out. But he's not doing well. He's not in good shape. And
what happened?
I think it's a heart issue.
Oh.
I think he had a neck. I've been told that he publicly talked about a
neck fusion surgery.
A neck fusion surgery. I don't think it's I don't know if it's complications to that, but
it happened. Looks like 4 weeks ago.
I don't know if it's complications to that. My sources say that it is complications to that, and because within 72 hours of him having this semi-major neck fusion surgery, he's out promoting this new wrestling league, doing personal appearances at liquor stores and bars that carry his new beer, and that he had no business of being out and about traveling, whether you travel on a private plane or Delta. It takes a lot out of you. You're sleeping in hotel beds. You don't have the comforts of home. You're probably not eating as good as you should. Terry's, I think, will be 72 soon. And I don't think that the doctors that did this, and I don't know if it was the neck surgery. I think the neck surgery was downplayed on a lot of people from Hogan's camp called it minor, where really it was major, and he might be having complications from that. I don't know. I don't know necessarily the prognosis. There's a lot of things that have been swirling around my sources, but
how do you feel if it's true?
Do you want to send him a message right now in case?
No.
You can get to him?
Well, I mean, and here's the thing. And here's the thing. If Terry does, die, the media is going to be all over me and wanting to know how I feel. Because
are you saving your quote for then?
But here's the thing, Seth. I might have to get with you and you help me with my quote because I don't know what my quote's going to be.
Tell me how you feel right now, and then we'll see if we need to get work done.
I feel torn.
Oh,
because he's had 12 years to help me clear my name somewhat and what's been held against me probably for the rest of my life. The sex tape and being a lot of people don't know the truth, and they think that I'm the guy that completely did him dirty and did him wrong, lock, stock, and barrel. And he knows the truth. He was paid handsomely for that not to be that. He made a lot of money because that's not the truth. Cox Communications wrote him a big check because Bubba Clem didn't send it to Gawker. Bubba Clem didn't steal it from himself and get the address from Tony Burton to find out where to send it. Cox Communications wrote him a very large check because Bubba Clem indeed didn't do any of that. And I feel that somewhat entitled that he had an opportunity to kind of let me off the hook a little bit. Listen, that's not underscoring what I did do, but he became very, very, very wealthy because of my testimony and how I testified. I mean, I did a job clean in the middle for him. I really don't want to talk much more about it.
Yeah, we're going to work on that quote, Bubba.
Yeah, that's
Thank you, Seth. Yeah. You're going to clean that up a little bit?
Yeah.
Somebody get Seth a tape of that. He's going to work on it all afternoon.
We'll run that through
on cleaning it up.
Yeah, we'll run that through AI.
You.
Yeah, go ahead, Tuttle.
Maybe less you. Maybe not talk about yourself as much.
No, but Hogan. I mean, listen.
You mean a little about Hogan and his life and then segue? Okay.
Yeah.
That could work.
Him and I were inseparable.
Yes, there you go.
He was the best man of my wedding. He's the godfather of my son, who no longer. I mean, that doesn't even really matter anymore. But him and I were inseparable. Him and I were best friends. I saw Brooke grow up. I saw Nick grow up. I did. I can't get into it, and I got to go to words. But what I did for Nick at the hospital the night of the John Graziano wreck and paralyzation. And I'm first at the hospital. Terry calls me first. I got Kevin Hazelwood on the phone.
Dude, I don't even want to know because Nick ruined that kid's life, man.
He did.
His whole family's life.
Yep. Yep. And you know what? We can talk about it because I'm not standing up for Nick. I'm not I'm not going to ask you, hey, Seth, take it easy on Nick. No, you say what you want.
Well, no, yeah. I mean, but you helped Nick out. I mean, so whatever happened, I mean, it's
true. What I did was highly illegal. Highly illegal. Highly illegal. Thank God there are such things as statute of limitations.
Oh, my goodness.
We'll be back after this.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
What are we doing?
We raided the coffers on eBay.
What are we doing?
We took all the savings, we buy all Hogan merch. We load up.
That's
corner the market.
I mean, that's what people
we got
do.
Inside sourced.
I mean,
we could be sitting on a gold mine.
Call Daniel Rose.
I'm already online with him. He's already buying everything he can buy.
Is he really? Is he actually doing it?
Yeah, he's buying some stuff.
It's what
you do, especially if you.
But there's but hold on, there's so much stuff out there. He signed so much over the years that.
Yeah. It's What's up, Felix? How's Top Series 2 working out for you? I got a 2025 Giants team card numbered. Whoop-de-fucking-do. Whoop, whoop. What's up, Thomas? What's up, Troy? Lunger? Jeremy? Jeremy has spoken. Thank you, James. I got it for free when I worked at the sports station. They went for a tour of the Bucks facility, and the equipment managers gave them this. And they gave it to me. What up, John? What's up, Kabuki? That sounds about right, Gary. I was pretty surprised myself that I even got something. It's not for me, man. It's not for me. It's for the people that from back in the day, the older people that when they just used to open cards, they just used to like the cards they got. Now we want something fucking juicy. Thanks, Grumpy Biker. What's up, Alan? Inbound Realty. Fat Pig. Yeah, I don't have a ton of Bucks merch, but I like both of their uniforms, actually. What it do, Ryan? Myrtle Beach, South Carolina? I don't, Jay. I only know college baseball when the baseball players are about to get drafted. What's up, Scott? I can barely keep up with regular baseball. Fuck yeah, Felix. Keep us updated in the Substack. What up, Neil? I'm paying my credit card down, so I gotta get some more shit. What up, Bubba Nash? What's up, Liz? I like your yellow star. Shout out to Denver for Dan Wiz. Red Rock's in the house. The 16th Street Mall in the house. It's actually not a bad looking card for being so plain.
Oh yeah?
It's pretty clean. What? How much was it, Berto? Dirty Down's pretty hot right now. I know, I just got this credit card back too, Ryan. I was without a credit card for a couple years. What up, Redneck? What up, Mark? Dirty Heads at Red Rock. That must have been a fucking 420 fest. $50, that's a good deal. Shit, man, he's wrestling in Saudi Arabia for the against AJ Styles. I mean, he's getting major push. I did see Liv Morgan's gonna be out for a while though.
Put him on. Trade Skippy.
No Seth Money shirts, just just an Operation Pigmentation one. Thank you, Chip. I released 3 podcasts yesterday. I thought there would be more fanfare. All the podcasts feed each other, so I even had the thought of putting them all up on one day. I couldn't even find a fucking Uber after the concert.
Neil Mount Bouger, $20.
What up, Neil?
Is there sometimes like if you go to you can't get an Uber?
Well, I just didn't know there was just all these cars and it was dark. I didn't know the setup at all. But there's a pickup area.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto Studios. Aquabeto.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Appreciate ya. Bubba Army HQ. Or get one of those new soft-sided Bubba Army lunch boxes. It holds a 12-pack. Good for any alcoholic out there on the job site.
And your Tootsie Rolls.
And your Tootsie Rolls. With an automatic solar-powered fan. Not.
You need to get Nick and Gene kind of linked up together.
Who?
Those two minds. Nick Diaco and Gene Lasker.
Nick Hogan.
Oh, no, Nick. No.
I was like, who the hell's Nick?
No, Nick, listen, Lummy.
Yeah.
Nick Diaco is on such a far less primitive level than Gene is. I mean, Nick Diaco's clients are like the U.S. Air Force, Boeing. He's doing things like the 3D, like how to infuse various different materials in 3D print. He's not worried about cooling your Tootsie Rolls. Just saying.
True.
I got this. This is I don't know what to think about this. I guess it's a guy from Iran.
Iran TV.
What's that?
It's from Iranian TV.
Yeah, and I don't know why. And it's this guy who's petting what looks to be a warhead. And he's hoping that it could be a nuclear warhead, or it's a nuclear warhead, and he's petting it.
A guy's petting a warhead?
Is this the propaganda that they're spreading amongst people that watch, TV in Iran?
Yeah, well, Iran came out, I think it was yesterday or last night, saying that they're about to do something tonight that people will remember for centuries.
So tonight?
Well, no, it was supposed to be last night. They didn't do anything. But they were sending that out too.
So they were sending this out, threatening to do something that people won't forget for centuries, and they did nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, big whoop. When are we going to put an end to all this?
Well, I don't think people want us to even get involved to put an end to it.
Well, yeah, but the problem is that we got to be the ones that do it with the bunker bomb.
Well, I guess we have something for them.
The bunker bomb, yeah.
The bunker bomb.
It's deep penetration,
and that will end all of this.
That'll get their nuclear facility
right, and we have it over there ready to go.
No,
we drop it out. Don't we?
I thought USA has it.
Yeah,
no, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But I think we have it loaded on a plane at an Air Force base, ready to go.
Yeah, there's two of them over there.
Yes, I did read that we had two. It said multiple. So I guess if that's two, the story the story that I read is that the USA has multiple bunker busters already loaded on two different bombers, ready to go when the call's made. So, at that point, are we just trying to negotiate this out because we got the fat man and the little boy, which put an end to World War II. That we'd used, the Enola Gay, the B-36 to drop on. I think it was Hiroshima first and Nagasaki second. And that put an end to it. And we basically have that technology, boots on the ground, at an Air Force base, in the region, ready to go. I don't know why Iran would be poking our chests.
What do you think about Tucker and Trump having issues?
Oh, my God.
Marjorie Taylor Greene disagreeing with Trump.
Yeah.
I mean, Trump told Tucker to go get on a real network so people could hear what he was talking about.
Oh, my God. And then he's got heat with, like, I don't understand. Let me, can you give me that? Can you give me that Tucker deal?
Yes.
And by the way, this is non-nuclear that they're going to launch.
Yeah.
Did you see where Christine Nome was put in the hospital?
Yeah, your girl.
My girl.
She was committed?
She's. I don't know if she was committed in like
or she's sick
in a Tuttle Funny Farm type way, or I think she's sick.
Oh, okay, all right.
Breaking news just into CNN. Sources say Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem this afternoon has been taken to the hospital. I want to go straight to CNN's Priscilla Alvarez. Priscilla, what are you learning about this?
Phil, we're still trying to gather details. What we know so far is that the Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem was transported by...
There's that damn hat again, Lummy. Bitch can't go without a hat for some reason.
Ambulance on Tuesday to a hospital in Washington.
See, she looks so good there with no hat, lips dead.
Washington, D.C. One source telling our colleague Holmes Librand that she has been conscious at the hospital and has spoken to her security detail. We have also reached out to the Department
No hat, hot.
of Homeland Security for any comment or additional details about what transpired.
Hat, not so hot.
Here. So again, so far we know only that she was transported to a D.C. area hospital by ambulance. Today, we are still trying to learn more about her condition.
And that's kind of major news. Our director of Homeland Security, was rushed to the hospital. Lummy, do you have the Tucker?
I sent it to you.
The Tucker Trump exchange.
Well, I have the Trump exchange to Tucker.
What did Tucker say or do that pissed off Trump?
Stay out of the war.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said it would be the end of his presidency.
If we get in the war.
Yep.
So Tucker saying stay out of it. That's what he has publicly said. And then Trump is now reacting on what Tucker said, correct?
Yes.
And
so he's done really a very good job.
How does he respond to Tucker Carlson criticizing you, saying that you were complicit in the war?
I don't know what Tucker Carlson is saying. Let him go get a television network and say it so that people listen.
And quickly, have you spoken to...
So he's done really...
man, wow.
He made that the walk-off.
Wow. And Tucker has been his guy, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, Tucker was his guy. Elon was his guy. Now, have him and Elon made up? I think they kind of have. If anybody ever wondered what it would look like if I was to be an indoor football player, I think it might be something similar to this. Maybe even a little.
No, you looked way better in your tape that we have on YouTube.
The storm stuff?
Yeah.
Oh my.
No, I don't think I did.
We're about to put that back out, so when you can compare
it. He's dead.
Is this a little? What is this?
It's a kicker.
Arena 2.
He got chair checked.
Oh no!
And then he's like, "I want my mommy." Look, he's like he almost is like, "I want my mommy." this big lummy dude chin checks him, and then he's like, "I want my mommy." Watch, hold on, ready?
Oh no!
Now. And you can see him pull the chin checking didn't knock the helmet off. You can see him grab it and take it off. Watch. I want my mommy. I want my mommy.
Oh, they threw a flag on the guy.
I want my mommy. Man, I can't believe that Trump just keeps picking them off, pissing people off. And Tucker's not one to back down. Tucker didn't back down.
No.
I mean, Tucker didn't need Trump for nothing. The Tucker network, whatever it's called, TCN, the Tucker Carlson network. I mean, he does videos and gets like 50, 60, 80 million views.
They're all bots.
Well,
he did us dirty. I'm over him too.
All right.
Wow.
Hold on. He did. What's that? I'm sorry. What's that again? He what?
He did us dirty. He won't come on the show.
Yeah, well, he did do murder. I mean, I don't know how dirty he's done me. I'm trying to save the favor.
He's done a little Looney Tunes too, so.
I mean,
Him and Putin are buddies now, so it's, let's let that dog die.
Are studying the cockpit voice recorder from the
Now, see, it's my belief, Lummy, just based on seeing, I don't know, I owned an airplane and I got some hours in the right seat. I have a limited knowledge of aviation, but I was watching this guy who flies those type of planes, and he said it looked like the pilot was rotating. He gave the voice command to the co-pilot to clean up the air, to retract the landing gear, and to take the flaps out, because you're usually full flaps when you're taking off, which causes more lift. But you quickly clean up the flaps and you clean up the landing gear because it creates so much drag that you got to clean it up for the plane to really, really excel. And to me, it looks like the co-pilot left the landing gear down and the flaps down, which causes the plane just to, it can't fly. It's got too much resistance.
Air India plane, which crashed in the Indian city of Ahmedabad.
And they found the black box. Now, have they been able to decipher the intel on the black box?
Last week, more than 270 people died, both in the aircraft and on the ground. A team from Boeing, which made the 787 aircraft which crashed, has joined the investigation. The second black box flight recorder was found yesterday. It's understood to have recordings of conversations between the pilots just before the crash. Well, our India correspondent Archana Shukla is at the crash site where
maybe we'll get some answers here.
Investigators,
Do you know that they have DVRs in the planes, and that the United States is the only one because the Union won't allow video recording in the cockpits? All other countries do it except the United States.
Meaning like video?
Yes, video. Because
because those pilots are getting stewardess ass.
Black boxes.
And they are very closely reviewing the data from there. It would take still some time before the final, with news on what really would have gone wrong. But remember, the black box and the elements of that, the flight safety data, recorder data, as well as the cockpit voice data, is the crucial element that could tell us what exactly happened during the last few seconds before.
Yeah, the co-pilot didn't clean up the flaps or the landing gear. It's that simple. Landing gear stays down, full flaps, boom. You cannot, the plane's got too much drag, it can't fly.
The Boeing 787 actually went down.
How about this, man? 241 of 242. One dude walked away, remember?
Yeah.
He was actually walking through the rubble like, what the hell's going on around here?
Why wasn't his hair burned?
I don't know.
Multiple
maybe had a turban on or something.
Investigating agencies, workers here trying to pick up pieces and put it all together to figure out what would have.
How would you like to start that process? Having to put this all back together like a jigsaw puzzle.
Yeah, and we're just looking at.
There's some tasks that you just look at and you're like, I'm not doing that.
Hey, Tuttle, do you have some sort of conspiracy theory about the quote unquote survivor?
Well, I find it kind of weird. One, this guy needs to be checked for superpowers, because I don't know if you remember that movie back in the day when Sam Jackson was creating these disasters and looking for lone survivors. This guy, there's something up with him.
You think he jumped out of the plane?
A lot of people, there's a conspiracy where people are saying you can see him jumping out the plane, but I think you still die from that height.
You do. And I don't know that you have the ability to jump. I mean, if he was on the exit row, okay then.
Yeah, they interviewed him.
And what did he say?
Said everything was just on fire, and he said he just walked out, and then somebody grabbed him.
Didn't he say he jumped out of the plane? Or no?
I originally heard that, but then in the interview that I saw of them bedside, he didn't say anything about jumping out of it.
Seth's favorite guest on Channel 10 ever is on right now.
Man, I wish we could see that. That was
pictures of the crash site there, Archana. An immensely complicated.
What is that guy promoting?
Art's Passport offers top deals.
Operation, not least because of where the plane crashed in a residential area.
Jeez.
So it's looking like they just got the black box, and they have not got into it yet, and that maybe by today they'll get into it, and maybe by tomorrow we'll know. Let me do words when I return. We'll get into this bunker buster. the U.S. bunker buster bomb and how it could be used against Iran's nuclear program. I watched this article earlier, and they're like, man, that's all we need is to launch that, and it's over. Lock, stock, and barrel.
It takes out their last nuclear spot.
But now they hate us more than anything, and we're involved in a war there, right?
I mean, from knocking down missiles headed towards Israel, I think that from that standpoint, yeah.
Yeah.
All fun and games until it's sunlight at 10 p.m.
True. We'll do all those next.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
They should have that on the screen.
They've got nothing on the screen.
Yeah, they got passport shit.
Dogs. Thumbs up for Tuttle. Bubba Army tips.
I was telling Mommy what might be a good idea is get O'Reilly on to do his take on what's going on over there. Because he told us he'd do another interview.
Yeah, don't tell me that.
Mommy, you hear that?
Yep.
All right, cool.
Of the world. We need a mayor of the world.
The world mayor?
Yeah. Which the only person that could do that is an alien, because they wouldn't be partial to any land. Mm-mm. Clement Cush is out. Tuttle and Kristen's out. Operation Pigmentation's out. If anybody cares.
Thank you, Tuttle. Thank you, son. Say good things.
I'm not sure, radio. I'll ask Tuttle. I think he's been doing it. I think they've been sending it to me Wednesday afternoon, Wednesday evening. So I'll definitely get it up if they do. We'll have the Blizzard back. Might have the Handlers' new show, Over the Line. I think that's it. Hopefully you guys are subscribed to the podcast, so then you just know it's out when it just hits your phone, but I know notifications can be annoying.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Seth's got a lot going on in the podcasting land. I think Clem Cush, Pigmentation, Kristen, and Tuttle all up for your leisure. And am I correct on that?
Yeah, I put 3 up, 3 new pods up yesterday, and then we'll have the Blizzard tomorrow, and then I think Tuttle and Colton are doing a Loner and Stoner.
Nice. Let's not forget the very, 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 very much ballyhooed Blizzard tomorrow, and Brian, after a week hiatus, will be back.
I'll tell you what, this means what it means, so take it for what it's worth, but ever since the Tuttle versus Stein thing happened, man, Tuttle's podcast have been getting a lot more listens.
They love Kristen.
Okay. I'm just letting you know, man.
No.
Really well.
And I actually was reading something where they really like Kristen. They really do.
Oh yeah.
And Tuttle, no disrespect to you at all. Lummy, did we hit a G ball on the likes or not?
It's coming close. Close.
We're not going to hit it. No. This is going to be the first show we don't hit it. We're not going to hit it. We're 31 away, and we only have about 4 more minutes of the show, so we're not going to hit it. Tuttle, and that's on you, but that's on your tab, kid.
I wish that I could get in there.
Even though I'm the host, it's guest related.
Yeah, I need to get in the chat room. I got to figure out a way to do hot mic.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you could really got them churned up, and you would see that you weren't pacing very well, and you could have been in there and tuttle, for lack of a better term, tuttle it up a little bit. I'm
gonna start chatting in the room.
Oh, just like just with keyboard, right? Like
yes,
like word chatting.
Yeah, maybe do an Ask Me Anything. People can ask me questions.
Hold on, Lummy. An update at 9:93, so 7 out.
It's there.
So you're there. There you go, Tuttle.
Yeah,
but Tuttle, you should probably thank me for putting it over. Had I not brought it to people, had I not brought it to people's attention, you probably wouldn't have hit it.
Yeah, I would have been worthless at my other job today.
And now we're told the president is in the Situation Room. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. Fears now looming of an all-out war. The Iranian army chief issuing a new warning to Israel as President Trump issues a warning of his own to Iran's supreme leader.
I mean, we can't sit back here and just because they're not hitting our targets and hitting us, we can't sit here and just let them continue to bomb Israel, can we? At that point, we're not a very good ally.
Bay paver ceiling, $40.
You know what I'm saying? Let me like at that point, what are we doing?
Yeah,
we're not deterring them. Our presence should be deterring them from carpet bombing Israel every night, and they're not. And I mean, they are.
But Trump claimed, right, that I'm not going to get us into any senseless wars.
I know, but you can't let one of our most valuable allies continue to get bombed every night while you're in the region and you have something that can stop this.
The president posting on social media that we know where the Ayatollah is hiding, but that we're not going to take him out, at least not for now. He adds that our patience is wearing thin. Trump also doubling down on something we heard from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, that we now have complete and total control over the skies of Iran. Joining me now, White House correspondent Karen Travers, foreign correspondent Marcus Morin, he's in Tel Aviv, also former senior CIA official Darrell Blocker, or operative rather. Karen, the president meeting with his national security team right now. What are you hearing from the White House?
Kira, we're waiting to hear the president talks after.
Well, President and Tucker are in a full-blown, battle right now.
After this meeting with his national security team.
I can't believe he turned on Tucker like that. He could have said, well, I just want to let you know I need to talk to Tucker about that. I think Tucker might have it wrong. Right? Then that's not calling him out. He always has an insult. He always has an insult. Well, maybe you need to get on a big network. Actually, he was getting between 8 and 9 million people a night, or no, like 4 and 5 million on Fox, and now he gets 50 and 60 million on his on his own network. Right? I mean, just because you have the sexiness of Fox, you're getting 80% less volume.
This was the meeting that led the president to leave the G7 summit in Canada abruptly, skipping day 2 of that world leader meeting and return to Washington. The president got back to the White House in the 5 o'clock hour this morning, but the West Wing did not have a Marine posted outside until just after 2 o'clock today. We're told by the White House that the meeting with his national security team in the Situation Room
Man, he looks tired there, doesn't he?
He sure does.
Man,
he does give access to the media, though. It seems like any chance he can.
He does, man. I mean, like, way more than the other guy did.
This morning, but the West Wing did not have a Marine posted outside until just after 2 o'clock today. We're told by the White House that the meeting with his national security team.
I'm real tired right now, and I just lay down. I got a bed back here. I need to lay down. I'm really got bags underneath my eyes. I'm really tired.
In the situation.
Plus, did you hear about Tucker? Talked bad about me.
Room got underway around 2:20ish this afternoon, and now we'll see how long that meeting goes. The president, though, said it was important for him to be back here with his team monitoring the situation here in person. Better to do it.
I do like the fact that he pulled out of the stupid G summit in Canada.
They were all looking for him, man.
But
other world leaders.
What I'm saying is, I do appreciate him getting the hell out of there, getting back to the Situation Room, because guess what? We got a situation.
That's right.
And you don't need to be over there glad-handing over there in Canada and that nonsense. You need to be here with your team because we have a situation that needs your attention and you need to do something.
Did Trump say we have control over the skies? Like we're already in this?
Yes.
Then try to do it from Canada. You mentioned, though, that Truth social media post from the president earlier today about Iran's supreme leader. Kira, that is a striking post from the president because it comes just days after ABC News had been told by 2 officials that the president had rejected an Israeli plan in recent days to kill the Ayatollah. The officials said that Israel had shared with the president that they had maybe had a window to kill Iran's leader, but the president was not on board with this. Yesterday, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told ABC's John Carl that the Israelis are not going to rule out an assassination. But Kira, in that post there from the president,
I hate to be that guy right now, knowing that they know where you're at all times, and it's just,
That's got to freak you out a little bit, man.
It does. I mean, no matter where you go, they know where you're at, and they can just literally hit a button, and a big missile comes and takes your entire, you're done.
Says that while the Ayatollah is an easy target, he is safe there right now. We are not going to take him out.
So, Marcus, just in the last few minutes, we're hearing about these new threats from the Iranian army chief. What do we know?
Yeah, Kira, the threats have been coming in now for days. This latest statement is from the commander-in-chief of the Iranian army.
Looks like a fat Keyshawn Johnson.
And I want to quote with you what he said. He said, quote, "A punitive operation will be executed soon," and that this is a warning issued to residents of occupied territories, Israel, especially Tel Aviv and Haifa, to leave these areas at their own safety and to not become, quote, victims of Netanyahu's barbaric actions. That's the latest statement, Kira, we have.
So that's the statement from the Iranian guy?
Is to evacuate?
Yeah.
Iranian officials. And just one more thing that they said is that the previous operations have so far been merely warnings for deterrence, and that a punitive operation will be executed soon. Kira, as you know, the Iranians have threatened a number of waves of operations, waves of airstrikes, all of it retaliation for Israel strikes last Friday.
So, Daryl, Trump is now talking about the possibly taking out the Ayatollah if that were to take place. I mean,
man, if I'm the Ayatollah and they could take me out at any time, I'm backing my boys. Like, listen, we need to back this down a notch. I don't want to get taken out tomorrow when I'm eating lunch.
Well, they have said that he's come out because I think he's in his 80s, that he does want to go out a martyr.
He wants to go out that way. Okay,
yeah.
Well, let's go ahead and wait. Grant his wish.
This all play out.
Well, Kara, I think the back and forth has been the president's advisors are telling him that there are existing executive orders that make it illegal for CIA, the military, or U.S. government entities to be involved with the assassinations of world leaders. We can also not support proxies in doing that. So hopefully, unless they overturn EO 12333, I believe.
All right, whatever. I hope they bunker bust them and it's over. I'm over this nonsense.
You want Tucker and Trump to get back together?
I want Tucker and Trump back together. I want Elon back up in the cut. I want everybody to get along. Come on now. I think we're done. I think we're done, right? Is there a show, Lummy? That
no, we're done.
We're done.
We have a meeting later today.
Oh yeah, what time is that meeting?
12:30.
12:30?
Yes.
And I can do that from I don't have to do it from the studio. I can do it from my laptop, right?
Laptop, phone, wherever you want.
Can you send me the link?
When I get it, I will send it. And your email will be copied, but I'll send you a text too.
Fantastic. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
Tuttle, appreciate you, bud.
Thank you.
Seth, appreciate you, my friend.
Thank you. Tuttle and Kristen and Clement Cush out now.
Oh, perfect. Anywhere you get your podcasting, whether it's iHeart, Spotify, Google Play.
Can I say on
iTunes?
Can I say on Clement Cush you get into something that you haven't talked about on this show as far as the Erica situation?
Yeah, the Erica Calta situation?
Yeah,
I do. I break, and I think I get into it quite extensively.
Yeah.
So
that's on Clement Cush.
You're gonna like that. Appreciate it. Or not? You're gonna like that. The fans.
No, I liked it.
See you guys tomorrow.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
You're wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repent